if you have a hard time, and Google does, they curate searches. It's a fact.
Of course.
And Robert Epstein, who's a guy who's sort of documented how this affects elections, says this is essentially election manipulation to the point where, like, statistically you can prove that due to search engine results, you can move a candidate one way or the other. But it's possible.
What up, baby?
Because if you Google Donald Trump and you only find the most horrendous negative things, Donald Trump's success, and then you find corruption and scandal. That's all you can find. And it takes forever and ever. Right. But if you say Joe Biden and you talk about the accomplishments, the up in the economy, the 3 years, everything's going great. Look at the inclusiveness. Look at how many lesbians are in the office. And when you do that, if that's all you find, a certain percentage of low information voters are going to go to that, and it's enough to move the needle by like 10%, 13%.
Probably more than, honestly, with how much people rely on social media.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And when you saw what Google did with their fucking wacky AI, where their wacky AI would not show white men.
I don't even... I can't even...
It's so crazy. The founding
do they realize they're creating... Like, when they do stuff like that, they create more of a divide. Again, under the guise of unity.
I don't think they realized how nutty.
Or again, maybe they want the divide.
I don't think they realized how nutty they programmed it. Nor do I think even though they're in the internet, I think they're in the internet in this very leftist liberal bubble, and I don't think they truly comprehend like 4chan and truly comprehend all the people that are going to be very suspicious of Google's AI and ask it trick questions.
I want to know what Google's AI says about you.
Oh God. It can't be good.
That's actually a good thing, probably.
It can't be good, but I mean, unfortunately, I've achieved escape velocity. Where it's like it's big enough for like people actually know who I am.
Whatever, yeah.
You can talk all the shit you want.
It's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what it is. It's like, but it takes a while to get there, and they'll try to stop you every step of the way. And if you do achieve escape velocity, then they kind of shut up about you because then they realize every time they talk about you, it actually makes it bigger.
You.
Yeah,
which is this whole stuff with Donald Trump. Like, everything that's going on with taking him off the ballots and I mean, all the different attacks they've had on him, trying to indict him and arrest him and blah, blah, blah. It's significantly helping him. Again, are they that stupid where they don't realize it? Or, like, are we being naive? Is this something they're going for? Like, it's hard to grasp. It's hard to fathom.
Well, it's people in a spiral, and it's like, people that are really emotional. They don't realize that what they're doing is actually hurting it. They're screaming out a car window. It's like, fuck you, no, fuck you. Like, you're not getting anything done. You're not getting anything done here.
No.
But they're just caught up in it, and they just want him to lose, and they had hope. They saw that he was being removed from ballots. Like, yes, justice is served. It's all those Biden superfans the New York Times interviewed. All these fucking zombies walking around New York City with their little dogs. Like, he's the best. Get out of their fucking minds. They're out of their fucking minds. No disrespect to little dogs.
I was going to say, justice for Carl. Justice for Carl. We love Carl.
But these people are literal zombies. And there's a lot of them. And
too many.
Enough people that aren't that have to recognize that this is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a giant percentage of the population that's literally lost its marbles.
So what do we do?
Keep talking. Keep talking, Riley.
Yeah.
Because people will
I was
listen
hoping
to
you'd
you.
give me something more profound. Because
I don't think
do we have... honestly, though, like, it is mind-numbing to a degree to have to keep saying the same thing.
Right.
Like... I'm sick of saying that women are different.
Yeah. Well... But
it is. I agree. Like, you have to understand, like, not everyone hears that. So many people are deceived. Like, you can't even blame them because they don't know right from wrong. You can't blame them for not doing right if they were never really taught right. Or they don't know what right is. So...
They've probably been taught something completely different than that. They've probably been taught some very skewed version of reality. And, unfortunately, there's no, like, mental health test to see if you should be raising children. You just get to raise them. Like, if you're a loon, your kids are probably going to be loony, too. And the only thing that's going to get them out of that...
Most of them are at least castrating themselves or not reproducing.
I just don't know how those people get out of this. I think for the logical, sane people, there's enough of us talking that we're just going, this is insane. Like what you're doing is you're leading us down this road to demise, and there's no roadmap. No one knows where we're going. And if you're going to change the definitions of everything and what Vivek wisely calls the tyranny of the oppressed, that the oppressed are forcing everyone else to comply with their desires and needs. And he's right about that, because that is what it is. And they feel because they have that title, they're above all, the tyranny of the oppressed.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if people listen to you, actually listen to you, and not just read the bullshit and the clickbait and listen to you talk, they see a very accomplished woman who's done amazing things in the world of athletics, who's confronted by this very unique challenge, and you're uniquely qualified to handle it. And so I think that's what they're going to get out of this.
I hope so. Because again, that's really all this is. I just wanted to swim. I just wanted to compete fairly. And then, boom, that was impacted. And here we are, just trying to make a difference when and where we can. So that's certainly what I hope people see me as. You're right, getting past the headlines, anti-trans swimmer slams Leah Thomas.
Well, it's all that reductionist view of human being. They just try to paint you in the worst possible light, the bigotry, the transphobia. Like, stop using those words and just talk about the reality of the facts of what we're talking about here, and you realize you don't have an argument.
No.
Your argument's based on nonsense.
Exactly.
That's what every parent needs to wake up and recognize. That's what every person hearing this, that's what every person that works in the schools needs to recognize. You're talking nonsense. And you're likely encouraging people who are mentally ill and maybe narcissists to dominate women's sports.
Mostly narcissists.
A lot of them.
A ton of them.
More than one.
More than one. A ton of them.
And they're encouraging this, and they're making this person go from being a mediocre male swimmer to being a fucking hero.
Exactly.
But that's nonsense. And if we want to embrace nonsense, that's the road to demise. Because nonsense does not stop there. If we can get away with that nonsense, it's going to go further and further and further.
Bring on the next thing.
Bring on the next thing. Minor attracted persons. And it sounds nuts. If you had told me this a long time ago, I would have said, dude, don't bring that up. That's not to say no one's really going to accept that. But when you see people openly on film who are...
This lady from Kentucky, this Democrat representative or senator or whatever she is in Kentucky, who was mentioning in their state legislature, said something to the effect of, look, these minor attracted persons, there's a lot of benefit to having child sex dolls because it can help decrease their appeal and desires for actually, pursuing young children. So there was a bill introduced that would do just that. And I see this and I'm like, this lady is evil. There's really no other word for it. She's evil. And then the next day she comes out after it got national attention of what she had said and what she was advocating for is helping. I wouldn't even say it's helping curb these sexual predators' desires. It's feeding into it, honestly.
Because if you've had that desire but never did it, and then you get a robot doll that's a little boy, that's the sickest thing I've ever heard.
But she came out the next day and said, I just feel like we should have room as adults for open discussions. There is no open discussion for pedophiles. There's no open discussions. I guess unless it's electric chair or life in prison, maybe we can have that discussion. But other than that, there is no discussion for pedophiles in this country, in this world.
I wonder if that woman has children.
Probably.
That's scary.
Isn't it?
That's scary. And again, it's just this cult thinking. And I don't know how it got into the education system, and I don't know how it got into these people's mouths where they got so confident saying it that they could say it in front of cameras.
Well, it's because they're teaching it.
Right.
Even if you look at something like Scholastic, right? Like they put on these big book fairs and different things. Like obviously we've seen the books that they're bringing in to school, to grades as young as kindergarten is crazy, which is why it's important to find alternatives. Like there's an alternative for everything, whether it's skincare. Okay, don't use Dove. We just saw their Super Bowl commercial, which was it was so funny. It was the protagonist was a young girl swimmer in a locker room, and the punchline of the whole commercial was about keeping girls in girls sports. So I see this watching the Super Bowl, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like the first big organization who is like standing with women and like defending women's sports and saying no men in women's sports. I'm like, this is great. So I go to their like social media profiles because I'm like really trying to look into this and see if anyone else caught on to this or if it was just me and I was being hyper vigilant. They were hiding all the replies that had mentioned keeping men out of women's sports. So I was like, oh my gosh, what virtue signaling fools, really. So instead of using Dove, use something like Mimi skincare.
They were hiding the replies.
Yeah.
So they made that ad, and they made that ad presumably for pro women in women's sports, right?
Yeah, but their hook to it was speaking to like the mental health of female athletes. But I saw it and was like, oh, the best way to keep girls in girls sport. Yeah, but Dove has outwardly expressed like the last Olympics in 2020 when Laurel Hubbard, or 2016, Laurel Hubbard, a man powerlifter from New Zealand, they were like, we love you, Laurel Hubbard, here's our products, be an ambassador, whatever. So they really don't. They do, but the best way, right, to keep girls in girls sports is to keep boys and men out of girls sports.
Yeah.
So don't use Dove. Use something like Mimi skincare. Or don't shop at Target. Use something like Yakima Curl or Unitas or Scholastic, back to Scholastic, right? Don't use Scholastic. Don't buy your books from Scholastic. Use something like Brave Books, which is a phenomenal group and organization that produce these like pro-God, pro-country, pro-America, pro-family, wholesome books that aren't political. They're not partisan. But again, virtuous, and I think what kids need to read. So I think there's alternatives for everything, and I think that's how we make a difference ultimately, because like we've said, this movement really is driven by dollar signs and by money. And so while, of course, not everyone can give financially, what everyone can do is stop giving your money to organizations and companies that hate you.
Well, I think people woke up to that with Bud Light.
Definitely.
That's a real factor.
And it works.
It worked. And then they also woke up to it with Google. After Google's AI, their stock crashed hard. People were like, what the fuck are you doing? Because it was so nutty. Like, how could anybody invest in this? Like, let's get out of this now. And what did they lose? How much did Google lose from that? Something like $9 billion.
Crazy.
And that's, you got lucky there. So,
Yeah.
like, nobody would trust you ever again.
No.
If I was thinking about using a Google phone, I see that, I'm like, what? Fuck out of here. What you've done is, most importantly, you become like a logical face of all this, a reasonable face of all this, and a person who can handle it. And you're really good at like confronting people that oppose it. It's an interesting thing to watch navigate it, but you're doing it really well.
Well, it's worth it. It's worth it and it's necessary. So bring it on. Bring it on. Bring on the men in dresses. I'm ready for them. There's a lot of things that scare me, but a man in a dress will never be one of them.
Okay. Well, listen, Riley, I really enjoyed talking to you. I appreciate what you're doing. And again, your courage. I know you don't like to think about it that way, but it is courageous. It's important. It's important to see, for people to see the real you.
Well, thank you.
And I hope we did that.
Definitely. I've got a book that has just dropped. It is being released in May. But believe it or not, of course, this is the short to kind of, I guess, the how and the why, right? Like the how I got here, the why I got here. It's called Swimming Against the Current, Fighting for Common Sense in a World That's Lost Its Mind. I also have a podcast of my own with Outkick called Gains for Girls, which has been super fun to be on the other side of things. But really, I couldn't appreciate you more giving the opportunity on a very large scale and really important for me too. Like, it's not just preaching to the choir. A lot of the rooms I find myself in, it's talking to people who agree with me, which is great. Like, but that's not who we need to reach. That's not who we need to persuade, because again, they already agree. So I could not be more grateful for the opportunity to reach some people who aren't Fox News watchers. Pretty incredible. So very grateful.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Bye, everybody.
I agree.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting.
My favorite part is Chris going over the bridge.
New customers who deposit $5 or more can get no sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Code 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Whenever I want. It really cool. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300. Plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Game is designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income that keeps paying you even without balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flexibility. And it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more of. And retirement income that cannot live is the ultimate fantasy. Who's please? Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Please visit Cambridge.io/Parity for recurring rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
They can have even more Big Mac sauce, which they should have done a long time ago.
Hopefully they give you like a cup of chili that's free. Wash down the Big Mac with some Big Mac sauce.
Oh, really?
What's that face about? I'm alone?
Yeah, movie for a long time.
The Ford Report with Neil Sabino this afternoon at 2 on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to Rich on Tech. Rich DeViro here, hanging out with you, talking technology at 888-RICH-101. That's 888-742-4101. The website, richontech.tv. Anything I mentioned on the show, the links are there. Just look for the big red banner at the top that says "Heard it on the radio." Click here, and you'll get the links in real time. You can follow me on social media. I am at richontech. So once again, the fate of TikTok is up for debate in the U.S. This week, the House Energy and Commerce Committee voted 50-0 to advance this bipartisan bill that would require ByteDance, that's TikTok's Chinese parent company, to divest its ownership of the app within 165 days if this bill passes. It still needs to be introduced into the Senate before it reaches the president's desk. But this is interesting. President Biden has kind of said, yeah, he would support the bill that would result in this nationwide ban if it's passed. But what's also interesting is that the White House recently joined TikTok in an effort to reach young voters. Meanwhile, former President Trump, who previously pushed for a TikTok ban back in the day, now opposes that. He says he thinks Facebook will gain from this ban, and he doesn't like that idea. Now, opponents of the bill, obviously there are many of them, civil liberties groups. They argue that it would infringe on the freedom of expression and violate the Constitution. And of course, TikTok does not like the idea, you think? They actually sent out a push notification to users warning about this potential ban. And they said, you know what? Why don't you call your representative? And they gave them the info on how to do that. And many users flooded the phone lines in D.C. And they actually had to turn off the phones for a bit in some of these offices there because so many people called. So obviously, a lot of people use TikTok, not just for fun, but also for business. Artists, creators, there are so many things that ride on top of this. It is an interesting debate to watch. I have my thoughts on TikTok. I think, of course, it's incredible for self-expression and to be able to go viral and to build a business. I know so many people that have done that, but at the same time, there's a lot of junky junk on there, just like there is any other social media platform. And does TikTok get more information about the American people than any other app out there? No, but you have to wonder where this information is going and how it can be used. So there are some real interesting, debatable areas of this whole thing, but we've heard it once before. No doubt we're going to hear this once again. Something to be aware of. Let's go to Janice in Redondo Beach. Janice, you're on with Rich.
Well, hi, how's it going?
It is going well. What can I help you with?
I got the new update on my Apple Watch, and nothing works the same way as it used to. Is there any way to go back to the version before, or somehow learn all the little intricacies of update?
There is no way to go back on the Apple Watch to previous software. Apple does not let you do that easily. Now, yes, is there a way? Of course, there's always a way. But is it easy for you, Janice, to do this? Probably not, unless you have a lot of knowledge about techie stuff. And it's just one of those things that
I'll be right back, Rabbi.
is
All right, baby.
Once you upgrade, you are upgraded. So yes, everything has changed on the Apple Watch, and I am still annoyed by it myself. When I tap, there's only 2 buttons on my Apple Watch, and every time I press the wrong button because it's not what I want to do. So here's the best thing to do. Now, do you have an iPhone?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you've got an iPhone. Obviously, you probably do if you've got that. Okay, so the best thing to do is open up. There is a Books app on the iPhone. And you open up the Books app and type in, and I hope I'm doing this in real time. I hope, yes, okay, it is there. So you open up the Books app, and then you search Apple Watch. And this is probably the best kept secret of Apple in the world. But Apple actually posts and creates a really good user guide for every operating system that they come out with, whether it's the one for the watch, whether it's for the iPhone. And so you search Apple Watch and look for the user guide that has the latest watch OS. And so I've got to figure out which one that is. But right now I see 9.4. I think the latest watch OS is 10. Let's see if they've got that. So search that up. And of course I'm not seeing, let's see, I got to make sure which Apple Watch. Which one it is. Yeah, Apple Watch OS 10. So if you go into Books and you look for Apple Watch OS, Apple usually publishes a user guide. And so that's what you want to look for, and that's what you want to have as your guide for this. Now, I'm looking right now, it says Watch OS 9.4, 8.6. 5.2, definitely don't want that one. 4.3 and 6.2. So I don't know if they gave up and they just stopped putting these things out, but I'm not seeing the 10 just yet, which is kind of odd. Obviously, there are many third-party books on the Apple Watch, but what I would do is first search for that Apple Watch user guide, no matter what version of Apple Watch you're using. And if they don't have it just yet, they will soon. But I can tell you the side button and the top button. Look on the Apple. They run a great Apple support website where they have a lot of interesting tutorials and things. That's going to be the best way to learn it. Also, YouTube is your friend. Go on YouTube and just search Apple Watch New OS or OS 10, and you will see all of the interesting tutorials that people spend a lot of time making that will give you the basics. The basics have changed what the actual buttons do on the watch, but the watch functions in mostly the same way. But I get it. It is frustrating. This is why people don't do software updates, because they are so worried about what is going on.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day. Let's go, shimmy. Most people don't know about shimmy. They don't know about your alter ego.
No. Well, yeah, you were the one who brought it out of me. You were, right?
Well, we would do shows. We would do shows in New York, and you would go full shimmy. I'd be on the side of the stage yelling out, shimmy!
Well, when we first started, by the way, we did the Joe Rogan Experience 30 years ago, right?
Yeah,
This wasn't millions
just
of
hanging
people.
out.
Let's say exactly.
Just playing pool.
I remember Sussman brought you into town. You started at Nick's. Was it Nick's or
I started at Stitches in Boston.
Stitches?
And then I was like 2 years in when I met you, and then I think we met at Eastside, which was awesome. What a
Great club.
What a great
I
club.
was just there.
Shout out to Rich Menerbini.
Yes, my man. It was the greatest place to go. I remember it would be a line around the block, 2 shows like on a Wednesday night. It was insane.
Yeah.
Comedy that
The
was
golden age of comedy at the time, 1990.
Yes.
Oh my God, incredible back then, 91-ish.
I started in '89. I think I met you in, was it 90?
91 maybe? 90, 91?
Yeah, somewhere in there. And I was following everybody. That was my thing. Like I was being the stand-up comedian with the jacket sleeves pushed up, the bolo tie. You know what I'm talking about? I was trying to straighten that. And you came into town, and we were like, "Who is this dude?" Like you just didn't care about anything, and it was like you always remained the same, and it was just incredible to watch. We were like, "Whoa, he just doesn't care," and that's what you were. You would work with me on that. You would be like, "Brother, you can't be like you're handing out a platter of food for these people. Like, do what you want to do." And I was like, "I just gotta get good. Yeah, I gotta wrap my head around that. You're right. You know, I would just try to make the audience so happy. You're like, stop it. And you gotta let go, and you get me going crazy. I'd get all fired up there. I'd be like yelling at people. They'd be like, "Oh," it's like, "All right, maybe we bring it back a little bit." But it was different, man. It really was. It really taught me to, most of all, to be comfortable in front of an audience and not care about them. You know, I literally battle with it to this day.
Yeah.
That anxiety of, oh gosh, I get nervous and I start overthinking things. So, but it really helped me to say, like, just do what you do. And it's almost like because the audience is like a dog, right? They sense fear. You know,
100%.
Yeah.
They're animals, just like we are. We're all animals.
That's right. And it's like they know when, you know, and if you're comfortable, even if you're faking it, they'll go with you. You do a joke and you're confident, they'll laugh just because they think it's funny. And they look around and everybody's like, "Oh, it must be funny because he's just got confidence behind you." And you had that confidence always, man. You were always insanely intense. You just never look back. Way to go.
Way to go for you too. You just always needed a hype man. You like give him the green light. Give him the green light.
Beer we would drink. There were 2 kinds of this beer. I can't remember this Canadian beer. I've been racking my brain to think about it. There was like a gold version of it and like an amber, and it was just the greatest stuff. When we get fired up there, and I loved it, man. I loved going to that Montreal Comedy Festival.
Oh, it was the best. Back when it was, I think it's gone under. I think they just announced they're going bankrupt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unfortunately. See, we should tell people what it was. So
Okay.
what it was during our time, when we were young, was the Montreal Comedy Festival was where young comedians would go up and you could kind of get a deal. And that's where you got the deal to do the King Queens.
Well, I got the deal to do NBC.
Right.
And
Oh,
then,
that
ended. Yeah,
turned
once that failed,
Yeah.
that went to CBS.
But once you get in, the thing about people should know, like in the 90s, there was this thing that was happening where everybody looked at a comedian like, this could be the next Roseanne, this could be the next Tim Allen, this could be the next Seinfeld. So every time they looked at you, they're like, what do you got? What do you got for me? And the agents are trying to put it together as a sitcom.
Yes.
And they had this showcase called the Montreal Comedy Festival, Just for Laughs Comedy Festival, and it was the most insane thing. You would go there and it would change your life. You could have one set, one 15-minute set, and all of a sudden you got $500,000.
100%. You have one set that pops that people talking about, there's a buzz, and it's like, you're set.
And they have bidding wars.
Yes.
So like CBS would be, Fox would be, they would all be throwing in, and there's guys who walked, did you remember Chicken?
Chicken was the crazy guy.
Yes. Chicken got the deal that killed the deal.
Yes. He got like 800,000 or something. It was some crazy money, or I don't know what it was.
Some nutty amount of money.
But he had no act, right? It was after that they thought he was.
He just tricked everybody.
He did.
And I don't know how he did it. And I wonder if he had a hype man. If he could have kept tricking people.
Yeah.
Like maybe he just went off the rails with anxiety when success starts. Because that's one of the things that does happen. And I've talked about it, I think everybody admits it. When it first starts happening, you think it's going to go away. You get super anxiety ridden. You feel like an imposter. And you can't, like, you'd show up on the set and you're like, are they kicking me out? Like, I'm still here?
My butt, I'm telling you, I still deal with that. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
You obviously don't, and you haven't.
I do, though.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. I just ignore it. I tell them to shut the fuck up.
Well, that's what you got to do, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't do enough because I start thinking, and I start overthinking both sides. I'm like, oh gosh, what if this happens? What if this means something? To this day,
Yeah.
like if I'm doing a theater and it's my people, and I know that they're coming to pay to see me, I'm pretty confident. I feel like I'm going to do well. But if I do a club that they don't know me, like I did a corporate gig like a month ago, like in Miami, and I was like, oh boy, corporate gigs, they can go either way, and they can be horrible. Oh, well, I get there, it's in Miami, really good looking people, everybody, it's in a lobby of a hotel, and I thought this was in the theater, I'm there, and it's a good, and I'm now getting worried, I'm like, I got to do, how much? And they're like, you got to do an hour, and then I find out, nobody there wants to see me. The woman who was the CEO of this company it was her birthday and she liked me, so she brought me in for all her friends to see. Dude, I'm sitting in the lobby and I'm finding all this information out as I'm sitting there, and I'm not kidding. I've never had a panic attack. I start going, what do you mean? Just nobody else knows I'm here or this or that, or they don't know. They go, no, they don't know. This is a company, and and I'm looking in the room. It's in the lobby. I can see through like a little glass window, and they're drinking, they're having, they're talking at table. We're set up for comedy too, just like round tables, booths, like not even facing you. And I see a postage stamp of a stage that I got to stand on, and I'm like, oh my gosh! So I start hyperventilating. So I start going, I can't do this. I'm talking to Skylar, my assistant buddy. He's helping me out here, and I'm like, hey, just tell them we can't do it. He's like, what are you talking about? I go, just tell them we're going to give them the money back. We're just not going to do it. We don't need to do this. I don't want to do it. It's just not going to go well. And I started really panicking, and then they started going up. She's up on stage now, introducing me, and I go, oh my gosh, we're going.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. And the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way, but I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom. Everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. And I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan.
Oh my gosh. So I start freaking out. Marty's going like, exactly. I've been doing comedy 30 years of doing stand-up. I go, I don't need this. I'm ready to call Sussy and go, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do it. I get up there and I go, just get him with that first joke. If you do, you settle it. Because if you don't, if they don't buy you on that first joke,
you're fine.
You're gone.
You're fine.
You're gone for an hour.
You're gone.
Oh gosh. And they're not even listening. They're loud when they bring me up. And when I came up, it wasn't even like they all turned and went nuts. But I got him. I don't know what I said. I just said one joke about the lady thanking me, thanking for bringing me up. And then I just won them over in one little sweet way. And they turned and they clapped and they laughed at one thing, and then I went into another joke very gingerly, just kind of going this, that, and they laughed at that, and I go, okay. I just settled in. I go, I got them. And they were great. They were great. They were really great. And I was sweating the whole time. I'm really feeling the sweat. You know what I'm saying? It was rough, but
that's so nerve-wracking. I'm glad it worked out great.
I hate it.
But I ran into Sandler when I missed you at the airport. I ran into Sandler, and he was just telling me about the fucking worst corporate gig that he just had to do.
Yeah, I called him about. He had the same thing. He had the same thing. So it's nice to see somebody like that has it too.
Yeah, a guy like him can still eat dick.
I talked to Billy Joel, and he says he was like, I've gone through those. I'm like, but when you're playing music, it's different, man.
Don't throw that Saudi money out. Yeah.
He's crazy money out. He did a corporate gig or whatever it was, and he says they weren't even listening. They turned away, and and it's like just you and the band, and you just go, let's go, boys. And they played.
Dana White had a 40th birthday party, and Stone Temple Pilots played. And it was insane. These dudes played like it was a packed arena.
Where?
It was in a fucking conference room at a hotel somewhere.
They didn't care.
They didn't give a fuck. They had a beautiful stage set up. The stage was set up nice. But all of a sudden they were like, hey, everybody, Stone Temple Pilots. And then they fucking just,
They just went, yeah.
I was so impressed by his ability to perform. I mean, it took a while for people to even filter to the dance floor in front of them and watch the show. This dude did it like there was 50,000 people out there. It was incredible. I mean, he didn't back off at all.
Who cares less has more power. It's literally like, that's it. It's I'm going around with the tree. I'm like, you guys think this is funny? He's like, I don't care.
And it's like,
and everybody jumps in.
Full commitment. When someone just fully commits to something like that, it's very inspiring, and you'll never forget that. Because if you never see anybody fully commit, that's why you never see great comics ever that exist where there's no other great comics. The best comic in the world never comes out of Tallahassee, out of nowhere, no scene. We all need to see other people do something special. And if you're lucky, you live in New York or you live in LA or now you live in Texas and you get to see these killers all the time.
Yeah.
And then you get a sense of it. So you know like where the watermark is.
Right.
Until you see a guy jump in front of a fucking 40th birthday party who's a platinum selling artist in this insane band that's iconic and perform like they're performing in front of a arena. He had the bullhorn and everything. It was incredible. It was incredible. The show was amazing.
Wow.
It was so good, but it was like that fucking guy worked for his money. Like he doesn't. He didn't have like I'll give him a 7 tonight.
Right.
I'm gonna give him an 8 every night.
Based on the area we were playing. It's like
guns blazing.
That's what you gotta be, man. I gotta do it.
Yeah, you need a hype man.
I need a hype man. I'm doing
You're two different guys.
I am.
You're you and no hype.
You know me. If I'm left to my own devices, I go into a little hole. I do. It's my whole life. Everything. Sports.
Yeah.
Everything. But this is the thing. Like I have, I'm playing my first arena coming up, and I'm freaking out. I've never done that.
Are you doing it in the round?
No.
That's the way to do it. You know why?
This is the league for that.
It's okay. You'll still have a great time. They're still great. The arenas are great. They're fun. It's a wild experience. But the round is the best because it's actually intimate in the strangest way. Because everybody's facing everybody.
Yes.
So all the people see each other. And they're all in it together.
I love that. I love that idea. But does the stage, does it turn?
No, you walk around.
I used to do the one, the Westbury Music Fair.
Oh, it would
spin for you, and you wouldn't even know where the hell you are, and then you have to walk off. It's an awkward walk off.
You don't know where the stairs are.
You don't know where they are. You move, and everybody's shifted. You don't know who you're looking at.
You have to go find some distinctive person in the audience. It's market.
That big guy is my marker.
Yeah. The one in Phoenix spins around too. What's that? The Celebrity Theater?
I don't know.
You can turn it on or off.
Really?
Yeah. That's a good one too. Because it's a comedy club, but it's in the round.
Right.
It's like a 2,000-seat comedy club in the round. That's what it's like.
I would feel guilty, like half the crowd is looking. I'd be thinking now. I got another thing to think about. They've seen my ass for the last 40 minutes. I got to spend it. Do you set up a joke over here and deliver the punchline there, or how do you break it up?
Well, you have giant screens. So the thing about the arena is they have massive screens. So if for some reason, like we did these ones in Ohio, and Chappelle came down, and it was very interesting to watch because they didn't know he was supposed to be there, and it was my show, and Tony didn't know whether he was going to bring Dave up or me because Dave hadn't gotten there yet.
Oh wow!
And so it's like Tony's on stage. And he's got like 5 minutes before he should go on stage, and all of a sudden Dave rolls up, posse, fucking limo.
Yeah, this is a guy who doesn't overthink things. You don't need the hype man.
He just strolled in,
yeah,
and he just came to say hi, and he's always like, "Should I go up?" I go, "What do you mean should you go up?" I go, "Go up, let's go." He goes, "When?" I go, "You'll be up in 5 minutes." He goes, "Well, let's have a drink." So we had a drink. And then we're sitting in the green room, and I go, "Dude, he's got about 1 minute to go." I go, "I'll walk out there with you." Because he needs to know that it's not me that he's bringing up.
I see, right.
So he starts bringing me up. This is one of my best friends, one of my favorite. And then I'm like flashing the light, and he sees Dave, and the crowd slowly starts to realize it's Dave.
Oh my!
When they see me and Dave walk to the stage, and by the time he says Ohio's own Dave Chappelle, it is 1 full minute of a standing ovation. 1 full minute.
Yeah.
So he takes this victory lap around the stage for like a full minute, man. It was, I filmed it. I put it up on my Instagram. It's insane.
It's inspiring.
I mean, Tony were just looking at each other and looking around going, wow. It just felt special. It felt like special that you could be there. Like, wow. And then he goes, OH. And he puts the mic out. It's just even bigger. It was insane. It was insane. It was so fucking cool because he's from Ohio.
You're right.
He lives in Yellow Springs, which is like right outside of Dayton. So it's like, for him to go there like that, but to be in the round. So the round is everybody sees everybody.
Yes.
It's not just you facing this crowd, and then you're in the crowd. They're there. In the round, it seems like everyone's all in this together.
It's
so much better.
Way.
Yeah, and the screens are giant, so you just walk around. But like when Dave was facing that way, I'd see his face on the screen. It's not bad. It's like it's still awesome because you're there, and everybody just kind of walks around. You just get used to walking around. Nobody really stands still,
right?
And points in one direction, right? In an arena in the round, that would be rude.
Well, the screens help. I mean,
it's massive.
Yeah,
they're everywhere. They're giant.
Yeah,
50 feet wide. They're fucking everywhere. So it makes it easy. It's an experience.
I would love to be in there. I think I'm in Denver and in Salt Lake City where I'm worried about this. My first arenas, and it's like
you can have fun, guy. I don't know, man. It'll be fun. It's gonna be fun. No, this is Dave. Here it is. Listen to this.
It's like a fight.
I mean, you literally can't even hear him bring up Dave Chappelle. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, that's insane. No. It's like
it was the sickest thing I've ever seen. It was like I felt like we were seeing the Beatles. I felt like it was like Hendrix got on stage.
Well done for you bringing him up before you. I mean, that's insane.
It was awesome.
That's incredible.
It was so fun. But that's the thing. It's like, but I do that all the time. You know, when I'm at the club, I'll have 5-6 guys that are going on in front of me. They're all headliners. I'm going on stage an hour and a half into the show.
I would, again, my theaters, I'd be comfortable. Your club, I would be afraid. I'd be afraid because you got such heavy hitters, and I come up and I'm talking about
No.
Observational stuff, and it's like, well,
no,
it would get in my head. It would.
There's got a lot of weird observational comedians kill there. It's a fun place. Like Duncan kills there, and you know, it's all great. It's all a bunch of different. But for me, it's like to have I want the audience to see like the best possible show they can see. So they're gonna see Ron White, they're gonna see Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, and Brian Simpson, and
that's insane.
And all these monsters that come into town. Like in any given week, it's Krista Stefano or fucking Dave Smith, or it's like there's so many killers.
How often during the week are you there, and how often like are guys working out their stuff there?
Well, it's open 7 nights a week.
7 nights a week.
2 shows each night in each room, except for Mondays and Sundays, which are open mic nights. So open mic night, there's a show in the small room, there's only one show, but then there's at least one show in the main room that's a regular show, regular comedians.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and it's 2 shows a night in each room, so 4 shows a night.
And how big are each room?
One's 250 and one's about 110 to 120.
Do you feel a difference?
Oh yeah. The little one's super intimate. The little one is like if you remember the belly room at the Comedy Store, it's like the belly room in the original room had a baby, and that's the little room.
Wow.
It's like medium size little, and then the big room is like the original room and the main room at the Comedy Store had a baby. That's what it's like.
And when you're trying not to have people going up there with like notepads and stuff
yeah,
like that.
Yeah, Christina Pazitsky does it all the time. She goes up with a notepad. A lot of guys go up with notepads. Yeah, it's like if you got some new shit you're working on, Skurs, he goes up with notepads. If you have new shit.
Right.
Because you want to be able to remember. You don't want to fuck up the bit. And the audience kind of appreciates, like, oh, this is so new.
They feel that
they have to look at it.
Yeah, it's not polished.
And then Brian Simpson hosts this show called Bottom of the Barrel, and that's a really fun show, where you go up there and you have no material. And you just reach into this whiskey barrel, and there's a bunch of different premises that the audience members have written down. And you pull it out, and you open it up,
and you do a bit on that.
Yeah, you just start talking shit. Yeah. But the audience knows that's what you're doing. So because they know what you're doing, it's really fun. Yeah, they're not expecting polished material. Everybody knows what the show is. The show is fucking around. And maybe
if I was to go there and do my act, I would pretend like I pull that out of the whiskey bottle first, and the barrel, and then.
Did you ever notice?
Oh man.
Yeah. But you can, like, if you have a bit on a subject, you just tell them, I actually have a bit on the subject, and then you can do it.
Right.
You know, and there's also, like, sometimes there's the other night, there's something that I've been writing that I've never done on stage before, and just by sheer coincidence, the same subject was something that I pulled out of the piece of paper.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, so it was like, oh, it was robot fuck dolls.
Right.
So, which is like,
I have a whole chunk on that. Now I'm gonna throw it away because you're working on it. I don't want to.
But it was one of those moments where I was like, oh, I just like last night I spent 2 hours writing stuff on this.
Right.
So let's just run with it here, see what happens.
Have you ever had it dip? Because they must go nuts when they see you, right?
Yeah.
And then, because back on Long Island, I'll work out at a little club like Governor's. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah, Governor's Levittown.
Yeah, and I'll go out there, and I'm a hometown boy, and I go up there, and they go nuts for like a minute or so. Not like that, but like they go crazy. It's fun to see you, and then within 2 minutes, if I don't like, they're ordering sausage rolls, and it's like they're talking, and it's like putting weight on the bar. It's like I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, well, New York audiences too. They don't have much patience for bullshit. It's a good place to start comedy. New York and Boston both good place to start comedy because people don't have any patience for bullshit.
Right.
We're happy to see you, but come with the jokes.
Exactly.
Let's go. Come on, I'm here to laugh. Yeah.
I do a lot of writing while I have a tour. Like if I have a tour in the theaters, where I'll try to, if I have a theme set, I'll try to add some stuff in there for the next one. Have you ever done that? Do you ever?
Yeah. When you're doing a lot of shows, it's great.
Yeah.
Because you kind of get a sense of where you can stick stuff in, and you
always have the safety net of I can go here if it's going nowhere.
Yeah.
That's my problem. That's what I do too. I'll write a huge chunk on something and know when to bail on it if it's not going. Like it's dependent on this thing. I got to follow through with it now, and if they're not in, they don't buy in right away. I'm like, wow, I got 3 more minutes of this stuff.
Well, oftentimes I realize it's because I didn't buy in.
Right.
That's what it is mostly with me. If I'm entering a bit like, I didn't want to be talking about this. I wish I didn't bring this one up. Like, if I ever get to that place, like, you just have to fight off that thought. There's this thought that comes into your mind like, oh, why did I bring this up? I don't want to do this bit. You can't say, you know what, fuck that bit.
Yeah.
Because then the audience will be like, what?
Yes.
No, so you just have to never let yourself get to the mindset where you're like, I don't want to do this. You got to remember there was something, whatever the subject is, there was something about that subject that when you initially started writing a joke about it, it was resonating with you. And you were like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
But if you hear it too many times, it's like anything else. You get tired of it. It loses its luster. But that's just a mental weakness. You just have to realize that to get your head wrapped around that you can't allow yourself to think that way. And surely this thought originally was valid because that's why you're so excited about it. That's why you wrote a bit about it. The audience doesn't know that you've said it 100 times over the last year,
right,
or more. They just want to hear it,
right.
So they want to hear it from fresh eyes. So you have to put yourself in fresh eyes,
right.
You have to be able to do that. And that's the trick. And it's not like you're faking it either. You have to actually really be thinking about it like you think about it. If you want it to work at the best, like when a bit is really sharp, you have to be thinking about it as you're like enthusiastic, as you be actually engaged with each part of it while it's happening.
Well, when I write a new bit, and if I write a big chunk and it's too much, I'll go up with too much stuff, and I didn't rehearse it, because words are so efficient. You say one word, or you're repeating a word, it stumbles you up, and then you're like, and then it kind of blows it for the next part of the bit. So it's like I got to work more at like really rehearsing my bits, just really getting through how I'm
thinking about. Right, and with the new bits, they're just not etched into your brain yet. So as you go up with them, they're like little Bambi walking on ice. Steady. But that's what like small shows are good for. That's what fucking around is good for.
Right.
And that's what also is like. That's when it's really important that you're inspired by whatever this idea is. If I'm inspired by the idea, I can always talk about it.
Right.
If there's a thing that I can get behind, where I'll go, well, you explain this to me, and then if I'm in that mindset, I can make it happen. But I just can't never let myself not be interested in what I'm talking about. That's a problem that people have and that I've had, and it's you have to recognize it. It's like throwing a toaster in a bathtub.
Well, what I'm trying to do now is because I used to write just Everything was just separate jokes, joke here. And every time I would bring up a new subject, it was like the audience is starting from scratch again, didn't try to catch up, and it's exhausting to try to understand. So if I try to put it in a story or like a theme to my set, at least they kind of know what's happening before, so they know, this is you tend to do these type of things, and then you talk about something like that, they go with you. It's like you're not just starting it's easy to, push it, momentum, exactly. And that's been working better for me because I saw everything was like just isolated bits of jokes that I would put, and I just put them in anywhere, put a lazy connective tissue to it, and it would be like, it would work. You get the laugh, but it's like there's no, building.
That's why I always admired guys like Stephen Wright who do those non sequiturs. I'm like, how do you do that? And how do you write? God, that's going to be so hard to write.
Who's the guy? Same
thing. Yeah, same thing.
So
non sequiturs.
Yeah,
amazing.
And you were with him and that's what made it even funny. It's like,
who does that now? Are there any non sequitur guys that just go joke to? I guess Jimmy Carr's kind of non sequitur. But some guys they're just one bit to the next, one subject to the next. And with Mitch Hedberg, it was always like super ridiculous. And Stephen Wright, same thing. Everything was really ridiculous.
And that became something that actually elevated it to right? Like they weren't storytellers,
Right. It was part of the fun.
So out of it.
Yeah. This guy was like
out of nowhere.
Somebody asked me, "Do I want a frozen banana?" I said no, but I want a regular banana later. So yes. What a fucking great joke. Oh, he was amazing, man.
Oh,
that was a guy he just didn't want to kick heroin.
Yeah.
They were trying to get him to kick heroin. He's like, I like it.
Is that what it was?
He liked it. He just wasn't going to kick it. He was hospitalized while we were on the Man Show, and Doug Stanhope and Mitch were very close. And I admired him deeply as a comedian. He was a great comic, man. And that was when he was hospitalized with gangrene. Yeah, because he was shooting it, allegedly. It's heroin is a scary one because it seems to touch this part of people that makes them very creative. It resonates with people. There's so much music that's great that's made on heroin. But God, what a curse. What a curse. When you watch someone who gets caught in the opiate web, it's so terrifying. It's so sad to see.
Yeah.
And when you have someone that's just like this, imagine the kind of bits that Mitch Hedberg could have come up with over all these decades after that. Yeah. And he was all non sequitur. It was all one bit leads into the next bit, Doubletree Hotel.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love that humor, man. He was amazing.
Yeah, he was. It's just, that guy. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roca is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roca has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roca's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roca fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Roca's stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roca did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roca, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roca.com. That's ROKA.com. We had a hard time at the beginning because people didn't know what he was doing. So he would go on after like these high energy like music acts.
Yeah.
Guys would sing songs and shit, and they'd have like a dirty rap, and they'd
Destroy it. Yeah. And it'd be different like that.
and deaf. And you're in the middle of Ohio or whatever, and
So they're not used to that, and they want that song.
they don't know who you are. You're just the headliner. Oh, he's on Evening at the Improv? Okay. And then they go see it. They really didn't know. They just said, oh, look, MTV half-hour comedy hour. It must be good. And then they go to the local comedy club because it's a thing to do on a Friday night.
But when they don't know you, so they, like that's one thing that is, made it a little bit easier is when people are coming to see you and they know you, as opposed to who's this next guy? It's kind of like just make me
way easier. But also comes with a trap because they'll laugh at stuff that's not that good.
Right.
Like we've all seen guys who only perform for their crowds only, like in big places, like they only do theaters, only do their crowds only. Like that acting gets soft.
Yeah.
It can get soft and still work,
Right.
because they're not being tested. They're not performing with other comics all the time.
Well, you see a lot of these guys now that are developing an act because they did something on like Instagram or whatever. They develop these audiences that they get popular,
Yeah.
and then they put together an act. They go and then the clubs are like, well, let's put this guy up,
Yeah.
and they sell out like crazy because they got a big following.
Yeah.
But it's not like working your stand-up. Man, it's a different game.
Well, there's also a lot of guys who do crowd control. Like, they do crowd work stuff. Like, it's like just fucking around with the crowd, and that's most of these clips. You've seen a lot of guys who put up clips of crowd work, because that way they don't have to crowd work, because you don't have to burn your material. Just talk to the crowd.
Right.
Just talk to them. It's fine.
That can go bad.
It can go bad, but if you do it enough and you get some
Get good
funny
at it.
moments,
Right.
like Anthony Schultz has a lot of great moments.
Right.
He's really good at it. And you take those clips, and that way you're putting shit up, but you're not burning any of your jokes. The problem is some of those guys can only do that. Schultz is a great comic. Like, he can do great bits. He can do great. I mean, he can do anything. But some of these guys are only good at talking to the audience. And then when they have to do, did you ever notice? And everybody's like, whoa.
The audience can feel the shift. When I go back to my own material, like,
Yeah.
you wrote this.
Yo, what is this whack-ass bullshit you've been thinking about all day? You're better off responding. Like, there's certain guys that, like, their thing is really just talking to the crowd. And that's a different thing. It's a great thing. It's really great when someone's funny at it, but it's also a different thing than the actual jokes.
See, I fear that. Like, I don't like doing that. Like, so I built my act with the speed of it that no one has a chance to get in and ask a question or heckle or whatever. You build this shell around it, so it's just not enough time. You can't even get it in. So if someone says something, it's like you're off the
Exactly.
I don't want to have to depend on doing that, going what, and stopping and then trying to get back to the bit that you were doing.
Yeah, that you don't need that. Some people like it. Some people like to interact with the crowd. It's also it's an extra juice, right? The audience realizes it's happening
It's
live.
real,
Like,
it is,
whoa,
yeah.
this is crazy. And then if you get good one-liners, in the moment,
it's a great tool to have. I wish I could, depend on what you talk to the crowd at all.
I do. Occasionally you have to. And then at the Comedy Store, you had to. The Comedy Store, for the longest time, had zero crowd control. They do a good job now of policing the room. But back then, it was comics that were the door people. There was comics that seated people. It was the comics that took the money at the cash register. It was comics working there, and they were all like, they didn't want to do that job. So they were the worst bouncers, and nobody ever quieted the audience. It's just you need to learn how to do it in the fire.
You toughen up that way. Like you build a...
You understand how to go with the flow,
right?
And some people don't do that, and they did not like the Comedy Store for that reason. Like they just go up there and they like to have a slow pace and do their bits and build.
That's me. That's more me. Yeah. I was always afraid of the Comedy Store.
It's just when you go up, like if someone like Adam Egan who's brilliant at scheduling and really understands talent and where people go, you just want to put them in the right place. You don't want to put them after a music act.
Right.
Like that's the death.
That is absolutely
the death. Is the guy who has the funny songs.
Right.
You're not following that.
You just see the guitar in the back and the guy's tuning it up, and you're like, oh no, what is he on? And he's on next. Then you're up. Then
No, the guy with the guitar always ruined the show. They always kill. They would kill, and you couldn't follow them.
Yep.
Yeah. Musical acts, rap. Anybody could do a rap. Remember Red Johnny and the Brown Guy?
Oh yeah.
Those guys would do that rap.
You're done.
The show was over, bitch.
You see them go. I get in my car. I'm leaving. I'll see you later. I go. I'm not. There's no need for me to be here.
It's crazy how like a song or just like a funny song, it tops everything.
Yeah.
Who was that guy that used to be on Dr. Demento? There was that guy that used to have dirty songs back in the day, and he was famous. He would tour around with dirty songs.
John Dalby?
Yes.
Yes.
That guy. Remember that guy?
Dr. Dirty.
Dr. Dirty.
Yeah.
That's right.
He would light up a room.
Light up a room.
Yeah.
You're not going on after
that.
It's over. And everybody knew who he was. And you would hear his songs on like Dr. Demento. Remember like late night on the radio?
Yeah.
You would hear his songs?
Yeah.
He would tour and do just dirty blowjob songs, and everybody would go, that guy had a business, man.
Yeah. And I'm going up there talking about puppies afterwards. Hey, you guys ever
lose your keys?
And you're searching.
This guy's talking about getting a blowjob while you're taking a shit. He was just but he had that following of people that would just come to see just those songs. So they would hear the same songs over and over again.
Right.
They loved it.
Right. Yes.
That's another thing.
Yes.
Like Dice had that. Like Dice could always do the rhymes. And the audience wanted to hear those rhymes. What's in the bowl, bitch? Oh!
You don't have to write as much. It's great, right?
Well, you're gonna get bored. Like, Lisa, you ever see that Kinnison song about the Beach Boys? Kinnison had a bit about the Beach Boys. About imagine them 35 years later singing the song. Same fucking song, like not wanting to be there anymore.
Yeah.
But it's just not the same experience.
It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to be able to do new stuff. The new stuff is scary, but it's fun.
It's so exciting. I mean, I found like I never really worked my act. Like when I started doing the show and getting involved with that, my stand-up, the writing and all that, I would still go to like Vegas with Ray to do it on a weekend. But I wasn't working my stuff. I wasn't a comedian. You know what I'm saying? Right. You got to really, and I felt that. You're delivering the same act year after year, kind of changing here a little bit here and there, and then you're going out and doing it, and it was like, it was bothering me so much. I hated my act. I couldn't stand doing it anymore, and didn't have time to write that much. So like a few years back, I just stopped and said, I love stand-up so much. Like, I just want to start and really get into it. And I tell you, it's
how much time did you take off of it?
I wasn't really off. It was just like I would keep it going, but just doing shows. No writing. Like, I really wasn't writing for years.
Just doing bits.
Yeah. I mean, if something funny hit me, I would write it down, but not working it, not writing.
It's so hard when you're doing a television show. When I was doing news radio, I fell into a real, like a spot over a period at least a year where I wasn't writing at all. I didn't do any new jokes. I had the same tired-ass jokes.
I remember jumping in your Supra and head to the comedy store. Like, you would go up a lot. You would still do things there, no?
Yeah, but that was a different time. That was when I snapped out of it.
Okay.
So there was a period. There was a period when I first moved there in like '94, where we were working like 16 hours a day, and I was tired all the time. And I would just show up at the club and do my set and then go. And I was just doing it because I was still a comic.
Yeah.
I was like, in my head,
what I felt like I was doing.
In my head, I was always like, they're gonna realize I'm not an actor. I'm gonna get fired. This is the last TV show I ever worked on. I almost got fired from the first show I ever was on.
Right.
Where I was the star of the show. Hardball. Yeah, I almost got fired from that.
I remember that one.
Because I was getting in an argument with the producer. They hired some new producer who wrote these terrible lines. I was like, this is insane. Like, this is so bad, it's insane. And they were gonna fire me.
You didn't stomach it, man.
I was like, this is crazy. Well, the thing is, the guys who wrote the original show were brilliant. They wrote for Married with Children. They wrote for The Simpsons.
Right.
And Jeff Martin and Kevin Curran. And when they had their show, the pilot was their show. Like, Jim Brewer was the mascot.
I remember that.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Mike Starr from Goodfellas was in it. I mean, it was Bruce Greenwood, the guy that went on to be in the Star Trek movies. This guy's been in everything. He was in Hardball.
I remember that. What are you taping? It was so much fun.
They were going to fire me. So I was like, this is terrible.
So
they hired a new producer, and the new producer came in and took over and turned it into like the sloppiest, most obvious, terrible sitcom. Like that prototypical sitcom where you watch and you go, oh, just got to get out of the room. The jokes are so goddamn obvious.
Right.
And they wanted to fire him, but it was between me and him. And so it literally got down to this thing where they're calling my agent saying, this kid is ruining his career. And I was like, oh no, I'm ruining my career. So I always thought that eventually they were going to figure out that I'm not built for this. This is not my thing. And so when I would show up on the set of news radio, I was like, at any moment in time, they're going to figure out that I'm not supposed to be here. But we were working.
Because you didn't want it, though. I thought you were funny as hell in that stuff.
Yeah, I was just like,
you just didn't like it. You're
insecure, didn't have any experience about actors, didn't know how to hang around with them. I was so used to comics. Right. So for me, it was like fighters and then comics.
Right.
So it's just crazy people. I was just only around crazy people. So when I was around normal people or people that were like really sensitive, like really sensitive, like sensitive on purpose, like where they're trying to get offended by things.
That's sitcom people, and when they get into that.
Oh, it was exhausting. That's hilarious. It was exhausting, and you'd always hear about tyrants. You'd always hear about like the Brett Butlers and the people that would scream and throw coffee in the face of the writers. Like,
news radio was that bad? Like those guys were.
Oh, there was none of that there.
Right.
No, there was a party. The writers were great. It was a totally different kind of experience.
Right.
But what was my point? My point was that. What was my point?
You were saying that.
Thought I was going to get fired.
Yeah, it wasn't for you. You thought they were going to find you out.
Oh, so I had to just do stand-up just to prove that I was still a comic. Because I remember at one point in time, the producer of News Radio said to me, he was like, why are you still doing stand-up? You're an actor now. Oh, no. I was like, oh, no, I got to get out of here. I was literally thinking, like, this is like a trap. This is a trap. And then I had one really bad set one night in front of one of the producers and one of the writers. I fucking ate shit. I went up to the store like late at night at like 1 a.m. in the main room and just had a terrible set. Just bombed. And then I really got to work after that. And then I realized like, oh, I've been slacking.
Well, that's what I felt, man.
I've been slacking on because I've been working 16-hour days and I use it as an excuse to not write. And then from then on, like everything got way better. Like way better. Like my stand-up, I dialed it in much more.
How do you write? Are you the guy sitting down?
I sit down in front of a computer and I just write. I don't write like this is exactly how I'm going to say it. I just like spill my thoughts out because I feel like it takes me a lot longer to write the words than it does for me to think about things. So the more time that I'm actually just writing the words, it's extra time thinking about the things. You kind of like locked into talking. No, I just type.
Really? what program are you using? Because I'm not just that.
Word. I just use Microsoft Word, and I go into there's focus mode. Have you seen focus mode?
Yeah, so you just watch everything else out.
Yeah, I used to use Right Room. I still use Right Room.
I did Scrivener. I
use Scrivener. Yeah.
But I'll find one thing about it, and then I'll go, I don't like this, that it does, it sets my bits up this way, or it can't do this, or it can't transfer that, and then I'll spend the whole day looking up for apps, for the perfect app, and I'm not writing.
Yeah, you're distracting yourself.
Of course,
yeah. I try to avoid that. But Scrivener, what I do with Scrivener is I make each individual bit. Once I have it kind of boiled down, then I put it in the columns. So the way Scrivener's set up, whatever the subject is.
I love Scrivener. The only thing it didn't do, it didn't transfer to my phone or the other, like when I'm at a gig,
right,
and I want to look it up quick. You have to go to like a Dropbox or like that, and it was annoying. I go, I need it right away.
Yeah, that's where notes on the iPhone is the best.
The problem with notes, you ready for this? I got them all.
Yeah.
You can't categorize. You can't. It either goes alphabetical. So if you have your bits, I like seeing my bits on the side where I go, okay, I'm working on this, and be able to move them anywhere you want. You can't.
Right.
Because it'll fall into that. That kind of screws me up.
That's true. You can't keep it in order.
That's the only thing about it. Then I'm off that one. Then I'm looking for 5 more hours. I'm looking for other apps.
Right, because if you have a folder in your notes and then you open up that folder and edit any one of those things, any one of those subjects, it'll move to the top.
Yes,
because that's the newest one now.
Yeah.
That's not done. That should be an option.
Somebody should make just stand up for one of those things. I would love it.
But most comics don't use them. Most comics just write things down. Like, you ever see Mark Norman's stack?
No.
It's crazy. He's got a stack like a phone book, like that thick of index cards and napkins that he keeps in his pocket. And he's so crazy. Like, you try to read it, you're like, it's literally like an insane person.
Yeah.
You're like, because his handwriting's illegible.
Yeah.
And there's no order to them. It's just stacks. I mean, he might. How many did he have in his pocket? 150?
Easy.
Way more. Easy. 200 index cards.
Where do you
in his pocket?
How do you go? Here's what I'm going to do tonight. Card 167 to 1.
No, it's a window into the madness.
Yeah.
It's the brilliance of his comedy. It's just all.
I remember Richard Lewis would throw out. I mean, like there'd be a piano up there, and he threw out like a scroll of like it was like just. Legal pads of paper and like crazy stuff all over, set it all up, and it's like, it was all nuts. He was nuts with that.
Yeah. That was also part of his thing, right? There's Norman's, look at Norman's stack. Look at that. Look at that. What? Yeah. I can't believe you carry this around.
90% of that.
Get a bad back. I'm worried about his back. You can't get a bad back from that.
It's like sitting on a fat wallet.
Exactly. Tattoo drivers, if they have too much shit in their wallet, you'll have a little bit of a lean. I could get a bulge in your back.
I could never do it. I don't even know. I need to have it organized.
Yeah, you were always an organized guy, like even back in the day. I admire that. I think that's a very important thing that some comics feel like they don't have to do. You don't have to do it. Some of the greats don't write anything down. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like when I write, if I just physically write, there's jokes that I will get that I won't get if I don't physically write. And not a few of them, like a lot of them. Like some of my best bits ever came from sitting down and writing.
Do you find if you write the bit out, physically write it out, that you will remember it better too? Or
by hand. Yeah, if you write it by hand, you remember it better. That's proven. So if I do an arena, I got this from you, by the way. I got this from you because
I'm not doing it anymore.
No, this is what I got from you because I didn't have a writer because I'm lazy. So when I would go do theaters, they would just use Kevin James writer. So when I went, because we were the same manager, so we were the same manager. I was like, "What's Shimmy eating?"
Right.
Like,
did you see that?
Yeah, it was like all normal stuff and like whatever. Like maybe I added whiskey to it or whatever it was. But one thing you had was index cards.
Yeah.
And Sharpies. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. So every time I do an arena now, I set up index cards, and I will get there an hour early and write out all my bits. write out all like the key points of the bits, all the things I want to talk about, and set that there. And then next bit, set that there. And so I have this coffee table, and I've got all these things that index
Why don't you
cards.
just do a prompter or something like that? You don't want to do a
No,
prompter?
I don't need that. I'm fine. Once I write it all out, I've been doing it every night.
I know.
Every night. It's like, I just like to do that as an extra little detail. Just an extra little, just really dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's, so I feel good when I get
I don't know if it's I'm losing my memory, whatever it is, but it's like I need bullet points up there.
Let me get you some of this. Do you take any nootropics?
I take nothing.
Okay, this is what you're going to get. I'm going to give you this. Just take this one and I'll get you some more. I'll send you some more. That's Alpha Brain. That's that's the black label Alpha Brain. That is the top of the food chain, Alpha Brain, the strongest one.
Am I going to see unicorns?
No. It helps memory. Okay. It's really good for memory, and it's really good for focus. It gives you like a little extra juice mentally. Now, if you're a moron, you're not going to notice it. Like, I'm trying to fucking shit, it's bullshit, snake oil. Trust me, as someone who makes a living using his brain, there's certain things that you can take that are not bad for you, that are just nutrients that enhance brain function. You know what another one is? Creatine.
Creatine's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to do that?
Oh, yeah. Creatine's very safe. Creatine's one of the safest supplements. It's also...
what does that do, though?
It gives you... it adds water to your body. Your body has more water, and that's one of the functions of it. And it's one of the reasons why it makes your muscles look bigger, it makes you stronger. It really does work. As a fitness supplement, if you're training, lifting weights, creatine is one of the very best things you can take. Creatine, I would say beta-alanine. That's another one.
I gotta give you this thing that Weidman gave me. These herbal pills, completely natural. He gave me. We were playing golf in I forget where, Atlanta or whatever it was, with DC. Cormier was there. It was just the three of us went out, and I was, I get up in the morning, my back is killing me, my joints are hurting. I get to the course, you walk around hills up and down all day, I'm like, I'm going to be so gone on this thing. And Wyman says, take a couple of these, pills you usually got, these things are completely herbal. And,
what is it?
It's ashwagandha. I don't know.
Ashwagandha.
But it's, the key with this stuff is, I said, well, why does, because he gave it to me, and he says, just do me a favor, mark right now where you feel, how you're doing. I go, I feel horrible. My knees are killing me. I feel everything. My back. You swing at a golf club. It's brutal. So he goes, and just take 3 and tell me how you feel in in a few hours or whatever it was. And I forgot about it. And around the 9th hole, I swear, I'm not around the turn. It's a couple hours later. I'm going. I feel amazing for some reason. Like all the joints, like the jiu-jitsu finger thing when you first come back, and it's like, I have that pain. I had all that joint pain, and it was gone. I was literally pummeling with DC. I'm like, come on, let's go, man. I felt amazing. I go, it's the pills. I go, this is insane. I go, can you give me, and DC tried them too. And DC said, I haven't wrestled in a long time because he tried them. He goes, I love it. Like, I want to know, I know nothing. I'm trying to figure out this is a placebo effect or what it was. He gave it to me again. Same thing. Felt amazing. So
Does Weidman have those on his Instagram? We find out what that stuff is.
I want to literally. I don't go into business with anybody. I want in on this thing, whatever it is, dude. I'm gonna give you. I have some. Try 3 some. Yes, just try it. Just mark how you feel if you have any pain. Because if you go, I felt nothing. It might be the case. But these things, I did it a few times, and they ran out of them. He couldn't get them, and then they got them again. Everybody has given.
How long before they make that illegal? Whatever.
I know.
They just made BPC 157.
I know. It's that way. I'm telling you, I'm out of shape now. It is literally the only thing that gets me up, and I'm like, well, I can work out. I can do it.
Really?
I took them. Again,
I want to know what's in there.
Yeah, I'll find out from him. It's all natural stuff, but the thing about it is
it's natural too.
I don't know.
It's all coming from Earth.
I know.
Everything's natural.
The key, what they said in these things, is that like the guy throws out. Like, because when you get, even if you get ashwagandha, the active ingredient in it will, once it's gone, people sell it anyway, and it's like dust. It's like crap in there. He throws out like 70% of the stuff, he said. And I was like, I don't know. I don't care what it is. I just want it. I want to give it to my family because I want to feel better. Just an older guy, Yeah.
It's really cool.
You got to help me with that workout. I'm telling you, I am literally right now, I feel like I am on the cusp of either, being that athletic guy, go back into where, I get in shape like crazy, or I'm wearing cardigan sweaters and literally, grandpa.
Well, just get a trainer.
I'm doing a documentary right now.
Yeah.
And I started it in January. I'm assembling the best guys. Like Dolce is going to help me out with this thing. He's awesome. We already did one. We already did a documentary. I did it on, it was called Cheat Day, where I thought you could work out like 6 days a week and just have one day to eat what you want and just do it that way. And I had Dolce come in and be in it with me and work me out and do it. And he kept going, you're not going to be able to do this. And I go, why? Because your one day is going to destroy everything. He said, and I remember this, he goes, you can't outwork a bad diet. And he was right. It was like, I would crush it so hard. Like, people don't know what I can eat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when people go, I'm a foodie, it's like, you have no idea how much I can crush food. And that one day would just destroy it for the rest.
Yeah, the food thing is, you can't outrun a bad diet.
You can't.
You can't. It's the best phrase. It's real. That's where it all comes from. It all comes from food, and we're all addicted to food. And it's the craziest thing if you're addicted to food, because you have to eat it. It's not like heroin. Like if you're addicted to heroin, like, oh, I've got a heroin problem and I'm going to take a little bit of heroin.
Right.
No, you're going to go full bore again. You're going to be fucked. It's like, it's one of the very few things where you're addicted to it and you got to not be addicted to it anymore, but yet you still need to eat it.
Well,
what? That's crazy. That's a crazy conundrum. And most people's minds can't really process that.
That's right. And I can't, because he's given me the diets, Dolce, just do this, and this, and this. It's formula. It's very simple. I mean, by the way, who would need another grown man to tell you what to eat? You know by now.
Right.
Seriously, It's the thing with working out. You don't know, move your body, whatever it is. You know what to do. You may not know the intricate stuff of like split squats and this and that, work this thing in. But general health, you know what I got to move my body more, eat better foods, less processed food. We know it. Yeah. But yet, man, I can't. That's what this documentary I'm doing about. It's like, why I have access to the greatest guys. Why can't I still do it? It's like, and part of it is I need the Goggins.
Yeah, you need a hype man.
You do.
You need someone around you who's also doing it.
Well, that's it. It's community. I don't have that. It's like when I'm with Dolce, if we're on a movie together or do something, he's got me in shape. He's giving me the meals, and it makes it. When I'm my own captain, I'm homeboy. I'm gone. I'm just gone.
One thing that you can try that I guarantee will help you lose weight is the carnivore diet. Because if you do it, the one thing that you're going to not eat is any carbohydrates. You're only going to eat meat. And if you cut out all bread, all pasta, all sugar, all bullshit, I'm not saying this is a great diet. I'm not saying this is the way to live. I'm saying this is the best way for me to eat. I've done every other kind of diet. This one works the best for me. And it's the one that keeps me lean. Whereas when you're eating just protein, your body hits a satiety level. If you're just eating steak, just steak, your body will hit a level and you go, this is all I need. And then you won't want to eat more. But if I'm in that same mind space and there's steak there, but it's next to mashed potatoes with gravy, a bowl of pasta, ice cream, then I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to get another 7,000 calories. I'm going to keep going. But if I just eat the steak, then my body starts processing ketones. I start, instead of using carbohydrates, I'm only eating protein and fats. Your body goes into like a ketogenic state. You think better, gives you an extra gear when thinking.
The ketogenic thing is, I mean, that for me is worked. It's because Dolce will hate me for saying like he's like, when they say blueberry, carbs, he's like carbs are fine for you, like the right carbs.
There's nothing wrong with carbs. It's a fuel for your body.
Right.
What I'm saying is if you're trying to lose weight, one of the best ways to regulate your appetite is a carnivore diet. Because you don't overeat with it.
But I think it's deeper than that for me. I think it's mental. I think it's like anything will work. I fasted that way. I've done everything, it all works for a while, but why am I this size now? every time I'm like, just recently I started stop comparing myself to other people and try to just say get better than yourself. Yes, and literally that concept for me works. It's like when I'm in there, because he'll give me workouts, Dolce, to do too, and I don't do them. I can't do the reps. 4 sets of 16. I get so bored by myself. Like I start doing my own stuff. I'll do eclectic stuff, great stuff on a treadmill, all movement stuff. Like I love it, just throwing punches, doing things. But I walk around and then there's no way to measure it though, because the next day I'm not doing that. So it's like I'm the guy who walks up to the bag, hits the bag a couple times, then walks. Oh, look at this thing! I have every piece of equipment in my gym. I do. If you saw my gym, you go, the Rock live here. It's like literally, it's like they see me and they're like, "What are you doing?" It's like I buy everything because I buy into it. I'm like, right, because it's a little piece of hope.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Right. A treadmill's a little piece of
It's a hope, a new thing. Like I got the Jacob's Ladder. I go, oh, it's great. It's jujitsu. You're grabbing the weight. This is great. Functional. Yeah, it's collecting dust. Is what it's it really, because I don't use it. So I need something. That's what this thing is. What can get me? Because I am like most people. I'm telling you, you don't need a lot of stuff, but you need something to engage yourself every day. There's got to be a bridge between what the Goggins way and people who do nothing. Like you got to get that. Like I saw you were doing this with the other comedians, which I love. It's like where you go, I just want them to walk or just get it down there. That is so important, man, because like if you can get into that groove, you do feel better. Like that's what blows my mind. I've gotten in shape a couple times, and I'm like, I don't need to eat any more crap. I love working out. I love the way I feel, and then it slides right back. What happens?
Well, it's one of the things about you that makes you really funny. Is you're indulgent. You're a wild dude who's like trying to stay buttoned up. It's like part of what's really funny about you.
Right.
And that indulgence, it goes into other things. And for you, it's food.
Right.
Luckily it's not gambling or something like really crazy.
Right. But I quit things too. Like I feel like I have the same almost intensity that you have, but I'm not a finisher. Like I don't.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You get really into things.
We started jiu-jitsu. Did we start at the same time?
Yeah, basically the same time.
Beverly Hills Jiu-Jitsu, right?
Yeah.
You were the one who brought me down there.
Yeah.
I'm a blue belt. and barely 30. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, as I start and stop, I don't feel, you know what I'm saying? And that's in my head. I'm like, if I would have done what Joe did, man, look where I could have been. And I'm trying to, why? And I start comparing, like, all right, you can do it now, you do that. And if I play that game, I'm done because I can never catch up to other people.
A lot of it's like learned behavior patterns. You get stuck in. And if you're unlucky, you can get a bad behavior pattern of constantly quitting things.
Right.
But if you're lucky, you can look. I got very lucky that when I was 15, I got obsessed with martial arts.
Right.
Because that was the first thing I ever did in my life where I didn't think I was a loser anymore. I was like, I realized that if you work really hard at something and you're completely obsessed with something, it could transform your life. So my life from the time I was 15 to the time I was 18, I was a different human. From 14, 15, I was insecure. I get bad social anxiety. We moved around a lot. I get picked on a lot. And I went from that to being completely confident. Being just a different human being. I was fighting all the time. It wasn't like, to me, the fear of like conflict was pretty much gone because I was just engaging in conflict all over the country. I was flying around my whole high school, all my time. So I got in my head that the way to feel better and to get life to improve is to just fucking dig in and keep going and don't ever quit. Don't fucking quit.
That's so great.
But I got lucky that that's something that I fell into when I was 15. I often think about, there was one day when I was coming home from a baseball game where I walked up the stairs. We were getting ready to ride the T, which is like the Boston subway. And we were getting ready to ride the T, but the line after the baseball game was like really long. There was so many people that were on the T. So we, just for a goof, walked up the stairs to see this Taekwondo school. And as we were walking up the stairs, this guy, John Lee, who was a national champion at the time, is preparing for the World Cup. And he was like 28 years old. He was in his prime. And he was kicking this bag. And as I was going up the stairs, I was hearing whoomp. And then the sound of a chain, like shink, whoomp, shink. And I went up and watched this guy kick the bag. And I was like, what? Tongue pole. Yeah. He's kicking the pole. Yeah. And I was like, I want to learn how to do that.
Right.
And I was there the next day. I signed up. I had enough money to pay for the class. I signed up, and I was there every day. From then on, I was there every day. Every day. I worked out every day of the week. I worked out Sunday. I worked out every day. I never took time off. I was there for hours every day. I just eat food, go there, and be starving by the time I left, and then head home and go back again.
You're blessed, brother, because you have something that most people don't have that. They don't have that. Like, everybody has the intensity in the beginning. When they see something, like, I want to do this. I want to say, I do. Like, I get all pumped up. I'm like, this is it. This is all I want to do. And then it's like, you don't want to suffer. You don't want to put the work in. That's the difference between we both love jiu-jitsu. Well, to love something, you gotta know it. You have to know it, right? You can't love something you don't know. Well, I love it. But you know what I don't love? Obviously, I don't love the mornings, getting the cold gi on. There's things about getting in with getting on the mats, they're sweaty, they've been there since like 5 o'clock in the morning. I got to travel to do it. It's going to hurt. These guys are coming after me. It's like, you're in there and I'm nervous and so I stop. I get back into it, I'll let it go for a while. You go through that and you become, you overcome those little things, and it's like, that's how you grow. It's like, I get right up to the edge of it and I'm like, so I don't love it as much. It's like, you commit, you have to suffer. You have to suffer, that's the only way you're going to show your love for anything is you got to suffer for it. There's got to be that. You've got to overcome that. Otherwise, you don't. You die.
You have two people. Everybody has two people inside of them. Mm-hmm. Everybody has the person inside of them that wants to go to sleep.
Right.
The person inside of them that wants to quit.
That guy's winning, by the way. That's the guy you see before you right now.
And the other guy that's like, no, this is what you need to do. Right. The problem is with a lot of people, that other guy that's like, no, that's what you need to do. That person's really timid. And that person, they should just, well, maybe it'd be better if we just went for a run. Like, shut the fuck up, I'm gonna eat chips.
Right.
And that timid version of you is what you need to cultivate into being like the boss.
Right.
That's the boss. So I have a boss. My boss is that voice.
Yes.
I let that voice win every time.
I love it.
That voice says, shut the fuck up and get in the cold water.
That's dying to yourself, man. That's literally saying, I'm not going to go where I'm comfortable. I'm going to, I'd much rather do this. I'm sure you do. Much rather do something than jump in a cold plunge every morning. Get a cup of coffee and go hang out and talk, And you do that, and that's something I need to do more and more. Like we all do. It's like, it's the only way you're going to embrace it and get better at things. I'm trying literally with flying. Like I said, I drive everywhere these gigs, and it was getting so much that I'm like, I'm afraid of flying, but I'm like, I gotta just die to myself and just do this and have faith. You're gonna be fine. Just do it. And each time you do it, you're like, all right, we did it.
Yeah.
And you have a bad flight, and you're like, I'm not doing that yet, but it's like, it's
you just gotta give the boss some strength.
Yes.
Yeah, and the boss has to win a bunch of battles. And when the boss wins a bunch of battles, and he wins them every day, then eventually the boss becomes a louder voice. And then you get it to the point where the boss gets to tell you what to do, and you don't deviate. And even though you have all those feelings, every time I lift the lid on the cold plunge, I'm like, let's not do this. Every time. But the boss is like, shut the fuck up. The boss gets mad if those voices pop up. So like, I'll make you do an extra minute, bitch.
Right.
Get the fuck in there. I love it. And, there's two pieces of advice I always give comics, or just young men in general. Aspire to be the person you pretend to be when you're trying to get laid.
Yeah.
Just be that person.
Yeah.
Instead of pretending to be that person, become that person.
Right.
Become a person that you would admire. You can do. It's possible. If you can pretend to be that person, you can actually be that person.
Right.
Aspire to be that person. And then the second one is live your life like a documentary crew is following you around. Live your life like as if you wanted the whole world to go, wow, that guy's really killing it. Like, I love the way that guy handles things. And then you're gonna fail. You're gonna fuck up. You're human. Everyone's gonna fall into God, what a loser I am. Just go back with the same ethic. Get back into it with the same mindset. Live your life like a documentary crew is following you around everywhere. How would you want to be seen? Well, be that person. Actually be that person. Right. Become that person. You can become that person.
That's right. We're doing that now. And it's like, we started in January. And I don't know, I think I might have went up 4 pounds. I don't even know. It's like, because I go down and then it's like, but you're right. And if you want to, I'm going to show it all, because that's what it is. It's the struggle. It's the process.
Dude, you just need to hide that. We're neighbors.
Oh, but by the way, I love Austin. I'm coming here. I would be here every day.
Fucking move here. Clubs always available. You'll have fun. Great place to work out. Come here to my gym. Work out together.
Oh, man.
Oh, we got a beautiful gym here.
Dude, I think I'm just going to bring my kids out of school. We're going. Let's just do it.
It's great here, man. It really is great here. The people are so friendly. You got the way they treat freedom here is like a religion. Freedom is a different thing in Texas. They're not interested in controlling your, what you buy, where you go, what you do in your land. You can own a zebra. They don't give a fuck. There's more wild tigers, or there's more tigers, actual tigers, in captivity, in private collections in Texas than there are of all of the wild of the world.
That's insane. Well, you just told me I need zebras and tigers.
I drove by a place the other day that had giraffes. People have giraffes. You can have whatever the fuck you want. If it's your land, they just leave you alone. Like, this is your land. You do whatever you want,
And they love it. And the comedy here, they love it. I went and I got my beard trimmed at a place just yesterday, and they were talking about the mothership. Like, they go, and it's great. It's a whole different vibe here. Everybody's great. And I'm like, really? And he was like, oh, yeah.
Well, this is the first time in our lives where a scene emerged. There was kind of a little bit of a scene here in Austin. There was a few clubs, a few comics, some good comics came out of Austin for sure. But there was no real scene where a bunch of assassins lived in town. And now, like, Shane Gillis lives here, Duncan Trussell lives here, Tom Segura lives here, Christina Pazitsky lives here, Tony Hinchcliffe lives here, David Lucas lives here. It's like, holy shit, Brian Simpson lives here. Tim Dillon lives here. He's got a house. He's got multiple houses. He lives everywhere. But there's so many killers here. It's just every night you go to that club and it's just packed with great comedy.
You know what it is? I'm telling you, it's community.
Yeah.
I don't have that. Like when I have it in, little bursts when I'm with people on a movie set or whatever it is, but it's like I don't have that in my everyday life. I need that. I think it's a big thing. Because I need the hype, man. I need to be in that group where you just start doing it. I did one training camp with Weidman and those guys, earlier on, and with Aljo and these guys, and I just jumped in with them, and it's like I was with them for I don't know, a few weeks, 3 weeks, and then I had to go out, but it was like you develop this brotherhood. Yes, it was so much fun. It was, going through everything, you're eating together, you're running sprints together, and I was like, wow, this is really, really cool.
Well, that's one of the great things about fight teams, especially like Cerro Longo. It's like those guys are so tight. They're all friends.
Oh, such a tight
friends, and they got so many killers there.
Oh my gosh.
Christ. Aljo, Marab.
This is the funniest thing ever. I came my first day on the camp, whatever, they were sparring in the octagon, and I had my headgear on, and everybody's pairing off with everybody. They just didn't. Weidman goes, hey, when Longo's setting it up, just you guys go with you guys, everybody switch it around, this and that. And I was like worried because I was crazy. I don't want to go into it. He's get in, mix it up. And I'm going. I'm not even a fighter. I can't do this. Whatever. I got in there. Everybody else, Aljo knows me. These guys know me. Marab thinks I'm a fat old fighter. Like he thinks he doesn't know me. I get the headgear on. He doesn't recognize me as an actor. And he starts dancing around. I'm going, whoa, I know right away he doesn't know I'm not, I'm an outside guy. He thinks I'm a guy in the camp. And he just starts going crazy. And I go, oh my God. And I'm trying to throw punches. And this guy's moving around like crazy on me. And I'm like, I'm looking for Weidman. And it was amazing. He was the sweetest guy ever. But I got lit up by him in 2 seconds. I had to take it off. I go, I'm an actor, man.
That guy does not get tired.
Nothing.
He's wild to watch. You see him with Henry Cejudo. He's got Henry Cejudo picked up over his shoulders, and he's talking, and he walks him over towards Mark Zuckerberg. It's Henry Cejudo. That's an Olympic gold medalist, and you're carrying him around like he's a kid in a schoolyard who fucked up.
It's a different breed.
Oh man, he's an animal. Marab is an animal.
And the sweetest guy. Once
the best.
Yeah, he was really
best. I love that dude, and everybody loves him. Like the response he gets from the audience.
Yeah,
people love him. His last speech was so ridiculous.
Oh my God.
When he wins, he just gets so fired up. He's amazing. They fucking love Marab, man. They love. Look at that. Wow. Look at him. That's Henry Cejudo, dude. You have to understand how crazy it is that he's carrying around that guy on his back. Like that
with
guy.
A smile.
Yeah.
I mean,
2-division UFC champion. He won the flyweight medal, the flyweight belt, and he won the bantamweight belt. And Marab is literally toying with him. He's smiling and carrying him. I mean, that is so wild to see. That was one of the most shocking things. I mean, I've seen a lot of shocking things, people getting knocked out. I've seen a lot of things, but to see someone treat Henry Cejudo like that, carrying him around like that, laughing with a smile on his face, is like, oh.
Now I can say I sparred with that guy.
There you go. But yeah, that camaraderie we need as comics. Like that's why we opened up the club. We opened up the club because we realized that one of the functions that the Comedy Store had for all of us, it was home base.
Yeah.
We had a home base. It was a great old club with this amazing history, and we were proud to be a part of it. And so we'd all get together, and we were proud. We were Comedy Store comics. It was fun.
You go out on the road, you come back home,
we're back at the family. Yeah, and some of the best shows that we would have all year would be like Tuesday night, Wednesday night shows at the store. We'd go there, and it was just so fun. And everybody's just so happy to be around each other, other comedians, just have fun and talk about jokes and talk about stand-up. And then when we came out here, I was like, there's no home base. There's no home base. We did the Vulcan, but it's not set up good for a green room. I was like, we need a real home base. And then I started looking. Right away. And the first place I bought was a cult theater. It was owned by a cult. That fell apart. And then we got this opportunity to get that place on 6th Street. And I was like, all right, this is it. And then we just started building. And it's better than I ever could have hoped. It's a real community now. Like, you go into that green room, and there's like fucking 20 dudes in there just talking, laughing, having fun. Soder's there, and Lewis is there. It's like people from the road, guys from New York, guys from LA, people coming in and out of town every week. It's fun.
I miss that, man, because I don't know. I have it when Sandler goes on tour, and he'll bring me out, and I go with him, and it's just so much fun. It's so much fun, man. It's, you know.
That's what we're missing. You know, if you're the guy who just does the theaters and, you know, you're with your family all week and then you have your opening act and you go on the road, it's not the same experience.
It's not. I've been that for years. That's the guy I am. You know, and I miss it, man. I really do.
Come to Texas, Jimmy. Come on, buddy.
I got you. You got it. I think this
It's a good place to live.
Alpha Brain, man, it's going to change everything.
I want to take those white pills. But do we find out what the fuck they are?
I'm going to bring them into you. I have some. Just try them. And be,
I'm ready. You're going to be honest. I'm going to try them right away. I can't wait to try them. In my mind, I've already tried it.
They had me wrestling DC.
That's ridiculous. Wrestling DC or playing golf.
That's the fun. I go in to pummel him, just messing around while he's holding a golf club, and you just feel, you're like, oh my gosh.
Bear.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, DC's bear. Two division champion, man.
You're almost like you're playing with him, but you get scared. It was like I was with Boss. When you introduced me, you got me a Boss. When I met Boss, I remember I first had, it was just the King of Queens started, and I was like, we could have this guy come and train us. This guy that we used to watch, you know.
Yeah.
What was it on? Pancrase.
Yeah.
And he had the high boots and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, whoa, man, we can get this guy to the, you know, to our dressing room, and we can work out with him. I had a little space on set where, you know, we would train. And I brought him in that first day, and he couldn't even speak English. It was me and Rock, you know, and I think my brother was there. And I'm talking to him and trying to keep the conversation going, you know, like that. He's just sitting there, like he doesn't even know what's going on, really, just looking at me. And then those guys left the room, and I felt like I was in the room with like a leopard, you know, like where you go, where your feet, as long as you're feeding it conversation stuff, it's okay. He keeps eating it, and then looks at you again. He was just looking at me, and I ran out of conversation. I'm like, all right, so, and he's just looking at me. I'm like, this is a different human in front of me, you know.
Especially back then.
Oh, gosh, things could go bad.
Yeah, that boss was a scary dude. In his fighting days. He was the first guy that the UFC hired that I got excited about.
Right.
Because he was a guy that I knew who he was, because I had seen him fight in Pancrase, and he was one of the very first high-level strikers that made it into MMA, that Dutch kickboxing style. Oh, yeah. In Pancrase, you'd have to hit with the palms. And Boss figured out that instead of bitch slapping people, you just spear them with your palm like a punch.
Spear him, and he would say you would hit this part of the wrist. He would say, as opposed to even the palm.
He hit the bone.
And he would just work the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he worked the bag with his palms to develop that power. And he had this crazy ability to pull his hand back. Like his hand, like my hand doesn't really go much back further than that, but Boss's hand goes way back like this.
But he's got some freaky long fingers.
Crazy hands.
Weird. He's a weird.
He's a real freak.
Every injury I have to this day from turf tournament came from him. You know, because he's the greatest guy in the world, by the way. Once we got to know each other, and,
he's awesome.
He's one of my best friends, and we threw mats in my garage in Encino, I remember, and he would come over and train me, and you know, we would start on our knees and stuff like that. And I remember one time we would just start on our knees, and we were locked up. And I remember I out-muscled him, and I pulled him to the side, and then 2 seconds later he reversed me, and I was like, "Whoa!" But I got him right there. That was pretty sick, like, you know. And the next go we had, and he pushed me. He goes, "You don't have any." Like he rolled me back, and I heard him pop, and I thought it was my knee, but it was my toe, my big toe.
Oh no,
turned out for still here, still.
Really?
Yeah. Never got rid of it.
So
these pills help. These pills help. That
These pills are everything. I'm telling you, these pills should be in the back of a wagon,
dude.
This is for everything.
I gotta find a way.
Diarrhea, gonorrhea.
I just want to make sure, because nobody's. You gotta go like, dude, they do nothing.
I love that. I bet they do something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guarantee if you're having that kind of an experience with them, they do something. I wish I knew what they were.
I'll find it out for you. I don't want to do it now when we don't have it.
Why don't you go grab them? Go grab them and bring them in here. I want to know what they are. Otherwise, we'll be.
How are you gonna know? You can look at it and know what they are.
Yeah. Well, is it just the pill by themselves?
It's a pill by themselves.
Oh, there's no bottle?
No.
Sketch.
No. It's not sketchy. I promise you, it's not sketchy. No, because it was a come. I'm telling you, we will figure it out.
Okay.
Just you're gonna love this stuff.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I think you will. You and I will sit down with this stuff with Y-Man, and we're gonna. I'm telling you, we're gonna save the world with this stuff. If an old man is telling you this, I am. I'm telling you, it's the one thing. It's like we're both old now.
Isn't that wild? Remember we were kids? Never thought you were gonna be an old man. Never. How am I gonna be an old man? How's that possible? I'm a young guy.
I'm always a young.
Still a young guy.
That's exactly it.
Also, you never got beaten down by life, right? Because you have a great job. Right. Like if you have a job that sucks, you can get beaten down by life.
Oh yeah.
But if you have a job like we have, we enjoy our job. It's like that thing. It is what we do for work, but it's also what we enjoy.
Right.
And it is work, but it's fun.
It's great. There's nothing.
So
the stress in work is different.
Yeah.
But they say you're only as happy as your least happy kid, right? I mean, that's true. That's true. So it's like when you got that going on, it always balances it out. Where you're like, man, the greatest life here ever, and then it's like, oh my gosh, I got to deal with this.
Yeah, and it's not easy for kids. Like especially today with social media and just the weirdness of the world. And I mean, if you're a fucking kid today, you're a 15-year-old kid, and you're in high school, and you see what the president is, you're like, what?
Right.
That's the guy running the world? Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
How crazy is this? And then you've just gone through COVID, so everyone's confused. Like, what happened? Why was I locked up for 2 years? Like, what happened? Now here you are about to make it out there in the world, and you're on social media all the time.
Right.
It's a tough ride for kids today. Yeah. It is a very, very, very tough ride with new challenges that we never had to experience.
Dude, my oldest daughter is on the spectrum, and so we started seeing, this anxiety, this disconnection, and she developed, these tics, I mean, like really bad, where she started like hitting herself, uncontrollable. She's a big, strong girl, she was about, I think, 16, 15 at the time. And, I remember, it was so scary for me that I had to lay on her at night and hold her down. And I'm pretty sure she was hitting so hard, and she's apologizing. She's like, I'm sorry, I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? It broke my heart. So we brought her to the hospital. We went to the hospital to find out we didn't even know what this was. And, where it was coming from. So they got her to calm down, and she was still ticking and stuff. And I talked to the neurologist. Is that what it is? I guess I don't know, the doctor, and I go, well, what is this? What can we do? And he basically said, she's developed these tics. It's like, this is something you're just going to have to learn to deal with. You're going to have a child like this. You have to prepare yourself that you and your wife are going to have to, deal with this for the rest of your life this way. And I was like, there's got to be a different way. He's like, there's no way of really, we don't know. And I went, oh man, it crushed me. So it was like, me and my wife were like, what do we do? And my wife read this book. She was just doing all this crazy research, and she found this book, Disconnected Kids. And it was by Dr. Robert Malillo. So, I got involved with him. I called him, and he literally took my daughter. He goes, I know what this is. He goes, it's okay. He says, I can work with her. And we were just out of public, like we were lost. We didn't know what to do. I'm violent. It was like, oof. So we took her to this doctor, and within 2 weeks, no drugs, anything, 2 weeks, tics were gone. And he said, they're going to still be there. They're going to come up every once in a while. But he fixed her, man. And I'm like, whoa. It blew my mind, man. It's like, so I was like, I just want to give other parents hope. And I knew another guy who had a daughter who was severely autistic. And, she was nonverbal and, violent too. And he said, he goes, and he worked with them, and she's getting so much better, and now in speaking, and it's an amazing thing this guy does.
How's he doing? What is he doing?
I don't know at all. He works with the brainwaves, and again, not a doctor, but there's no medication in there involved, which was very important, because that's what they were recommending to the hospital. Just put her on some medication. I'm like,
turn her into a zombie.
Exactly. I can't do that. And she's so much better. Now, she still has the tics every once in a while, but she's great. She's connected. He gets her connected. He does all these, brain things, and he works with and how it all ties into the order, whatever that is.
It's so fascinating.
It is, and he's another guy. It's like I really.
Is this it? I've been told via your assistant this is what it is.
Okay.
There's no name for it.
No name for it?
Yeah. So
What do you mean there's no name? What do you mean there's no name? Okay, so it has ashwagandha, shatavari, cabbage seed, fenugreek seed, papali, guaduchi, shallot, shallajit. I've heard of that stuff before. I've heard of shallajit, gokshura, and santi. Oh boy.
Well,
that's a mouthful, isn't it?
I think it's not that the ingredients are that unique. I think it's the fact that the way they do it is, I don't know, that he says he doesn't use anything that's been, like he throws out a majority of it, that's why it's hard to come by. And it's like active ingredients for everything. They can sell you all the stuff, but if you don't get it from the right place, it's just not going to do anything. Whatever it is, I give it to you.
Really? Okay. I'm interested. I've never tried ashwagandha.
Here's something that has the same ingredient. I'm not saying this is it. This just has the same
Infla 650 herbal supplement.
It has the same ingredient.
Healthy skeletal muscular response. Maintain healthy skeletal-muscular system. Okay. Interesting. Send me that, Jamie. That has the same ingredients?
I literally copied and pasted and Googled. They're showing the same thing, same dosage.
That looked like a bullshit.
It could be
low
like
red Try company. That's right.
Try it.
Okay.
I know nothing.
I'm gonna try it.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
And I'm excited to try this.
You did everybody?
I need this. Anybody that would like, for me, I want it for me.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not gonna, I sense to be like, I'm not, if it's not working, it's not working.
What's that?
If it works for me.
Dolce has it.
Yes.
Okay.
That might be it.
It must be it. If it's on his website, that's it. Infla 650. Okay.
Yeah, it works.
Herbs work. There's a lot of them that work.
Yeah.
Some of them are really good. That's what's interesting about pharmaceutical drugs. Is the vast majority of them are sourced originally from plants. A lot of them plants. They've come up with a bunch of different pharmaceutical drugs just based on compounds they found in the Amazon.
Yeah. I don't even know. I know nothing about this stuff.
So when you started doing this documentary, what was the purpose?
To find out the process, because it's like I'm going to do a movie right now. Like every time I try to get in shape, it's always like I always have to get in shape. It's almost like a fighter who fights and then gets so out of shape again. It's like, well, that's it. I mean, I shot a movie 2 years ago where I played an exorcist priest, and I wanted it to be really, it was really crazy horror, legit story. So I wanted to look a little different, be right in the part and just have a different character. So I got down to 230. I really worked hard, that's low for me, and shot it and thought we were done with it. And I got to pick up a couple scenes. I'm 280. No, dude, I'm gonna have to look like either right in this priest got stung by a bee and it just swelled up to, or I gotta get cheaper. So I gotta get cheaper. I gotta get back down to that again.
How much time do you have?
I have as much as I will shoot it when I'm ready, but it's like it's waiting there to do a couple scenes.
50 pounds. How long does it take you for you to lose?
I can lose it really quick. I can fast and lose it. Seriously, I can lose it in. I can lose it quick.
Like how many weeks? For 50.
I could do it in a month.
What? That sounds so insane.
Less than a month. I could do it.
Really?
Yeah.
50 pounds? That's amazing.
I can do it fasting, just not, but that's eating nothing.
I must feel like shit.
No. When I fast, I didn't,
How many days have you fasted in a row? AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
You don't want to know.
How many days?
41 and a half.
What?
41 and a half.
You went 41 days with no food?
Water. And a little salt in the water, like little electrolytes. And I lost.
Wow.
Yeah. See, when I lock on, I can do something.
Oh, I know that. But that's a crazy lock on. 41 days.
Well, I was fasting for, it was mental. It was like, I felt so bad for my daughter. I said, I'm going to do this for you. It was something that I could do, and apply it to, and it was like so emotionally tied into me. And I started fasting, and I go, I didn't say I'm going to do 40 days. I just said I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm going to start fasting right now. And I was praying for it. I was worried. And I did like 4 or 5 days, and I was getting through it. But I was like, I just wanted to get off it. Then I was like, well, I got to start eating because I'm really hungry. And I went and I go to my daughter. I go, how are you feeling? She goes, I've been feeling good. She goes, have you been fasting for me? And I go, yeah. And she goes, thank you so much. And I literally went, okay, I got to keep going. I couldn't stop then.
Right.
So I just kept going a day at a time, just do it. But it's amazing how your body, you don't need it. You don't need food. As long as you have fat on you like that.
Yeah.
Like for me, I lost, I think, like 60 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that guy that was in the 1960s, right, Jamie? That one dude. He fasted for 360
He was really
days.
big, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All he did is just take IV vitamins.
Yeah.
Just water and vitamins.
I didn't even take vitamins. Like, you don't need anything, And I felt
He took no vitamins.
nothing. Wow. But, it was, it cleansed everything out of the 41 and a half days at, you're going to crack up. I went to Pizza University, which is a university to learn how to make pizzas. And I forgot I booked it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I go, I'm not going to kill it while I'm there. It was a 3-day course where you get like a little diploma. I wanted to know how to make the dough and everything like that. And I went, oh no, this falls within my diet. I just wanted to make it past 40 days. And I went down there and I did the whole thing and I never ate a bite.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was crazy. But then you blow back up to this. It's like that's what the documentary is about. The documentary is about the process and finding something where you can help people with their health. It is what you were talking about. It's just get up and do something, walk. Do it a little bit more each day is the key. It's like you don't even notice it's happening and all of a sudden you're this active. And
That's a great part of the keys. Having other people to deal with. That's one of the great things about, like you were saying, training with Weidman and those guys. It's like you're in a group where everybody else is working hard too, and it's contagious.
Right.
You get caught up in the momentum, and it's great, and everybody comes out of there feeling better, and you all went through something together.
yes,
Yeah, that helps. It's very hard to do it by yourself.
it's very hard. It not only helps, it's like we need it. I think we're built for that. We're made for that community.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
You don't have it. It's hard.
Yeah, it's not a good life if you don't have it. It's just not. You don't want to be by yourself, right? That's what you always hear about those like Howard Hughes type characters. By themselves, are scared of germs. They're fucking hiding from everybody.
The world gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the bigger you get, the world gets smaller, and it's not good. Not good for you.
No.
Yeah, you could lose your marbles.
I'm coming. I think I'm coming. My wife's hearing this. She's going to hear this for the first time, but like, I think this is it. Yeah, it's a great place to live. I look here in Florida, and
yeah, this is a great place to live.
It's fantastic. I've never spent time here in Austin. This was I was here for a few days writing, and
I felt immediately at home. Like the moment I moved here, I was like, this is where I was supposed to be. Like it made sense. Made sense. It's like, of course.
I thought you'd never leave LA too. I'm so that's so cool.
Well, I've been wanting to leave for a while. I tried Colorado for a little bit.
You moved out even from LA, further out the state, right in the hills.
Yeah, I was out in the hills.
Yeah,
I was always trying to be. Look, when I bought my first house, out in the hills on like 4 acres.
Right.
Because I was like, I don't want to be around people.
Right.
I want quiet. I want animals. I want to look out my window and see a hawk fly by.
Right.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
You got that here.
Yeah, but that's what I like. I don't want to be overwhelmed by people. I don't think that's healthy for you. And with me, LA just got sketchy during COVID. It just got the George Floyd riots. I was like, this is sketchy. I was watching a bunch of Louis. I saw these kids breaking into a clothes store. I was like, God damn it. This is sketchy. These cops can't do anything. They're overwhelmed. And then there's all this defund the police shit going on. And everywhere I would go like, you'd see tents. And I was like, this is a society that's falling apart. And if you don't get out now, you're going to get stuck in something unrecognizable. This is not what you signed up for. When I lived in LA in the 90s, LA was great. It was great. It's kind of a lot of traffic, but other than that, it was cool. Great place to live. All these comedians and artists and fun. Sunny out all the time. Yay! We're in the right spot. But after COVID, after the George Floyd riots, I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. And then the lockdowns and all the ridiculousness and hypocrisy and just realizing you have to pay attention to how fucking stupid the mayor is. Like, I never paid attention to the mayor. I didn't give a fuck who the mayor was. And then when COVID comes along, I'm like, oh, that guy's a real problem. Like, these people can become a real problem. They can tell you have to close your family business. You've had a business for 30 years, and this fucking dipshit who shouldn't be managing a fucking Taco Bell is managing the entire city's economy. Like, oh my God. And then they went after him too, which is great. Like, Black Lives Matter was protesting in front of his house like 30 days in a row. Like, that's what you get, bitch. Yeah. That's what you get.
It just turns on itself.
Yeah.
And then you brought it here and you planted these seeds, and look what it's growing, man. It's just so amazing.
Luckily, a lot of the comics decided to move out here. That was the big one. Ron White was the king. He was always here. Ron White was here before COVID. Ron White, I remember calling Ron White up. I go, why are you living in Austin? He goes, I'll still come to the comedy store, but I fucking love it. He goes, I love Texas. I love being here. I love living in Austin. It's a good city. I was like, damn, it sounds like a good fucking city. And so when the pandemic came around and we were looking for places to live, we had some friends that were coming to look in Austin. I was like, let's look in Austin. And we came and we saw this house on the lake. I was like, let's go.
I had my buddy, Scott Voss. He lived in New York, like most of his life, in the city. And then he just abruptly moved to the Brunsels, New Brunsels. And he's always like a bow hunter and all this stuff. And he loved that stuff.
For bosses.
Bosses? Yeah, they're great friends.
Yeah, Bosses out here too.
Yeah, I know the whole thing. Yeah, they're amazing. And he loves it. I'm always like, how is it? Are you missing New York? And he's like, not a stitch. It's like,
you can always visit New York.
Yeah.
I love New York. I love to go back and visit. I love to visit New York.
Yeah. Well, I'm on the island, so it's like, it's not in the craziness.
Right.
But it's
the island is a different state.
Yes, it really is.
It's a different state.
100%.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's a different state.
It's not New York City.
No.
I'm up. It's
very right wing.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, it's much more families.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, much more normal.
Which is what I need. But here.
Well, I used to love working on the island. That was my favorite place to work. Governors.
Yes. Chuckles. Do you remember Chuckles?
Yes. Is that Mineola? Is that
It was in
Mineola?
Mineola.
That's right.
Yeah.
East Side was great. That was a sad day for East Side.
Closed. And then they opened another one, Richie, and it just got away from him. It was just not a great. He took on a massive store, like a massive warehouse, and started rebuilding it, and just got in over his head and stuff. And the boom was slowing down a little bit. It just got tough.
Yeah, Long Island has always been a good place for comedy.
Oh, best.
There's always real good comics coming out of Long Island. There's always like a Long Island attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get guys who come into the city from Long Island.
I was always afraid of that. That was another move. Like, oh my God, you get moved to the city. People are like, you gonna go to the city? I'm like, I'm not going to the city yet. I'm not ready.
I was so scared the first time I performed in the city.
Oh,
I was so
the
scared.
Cellar. Where'd you go? Boston Comedy Club?
No, Catch a Rising Star.
Yes, me too. Louis Ferranda.
Yes. I was so terrified.
Wow.
I thought I was gonna bomb. I was so nervous. I've never been more nervous for a show in my life.
Because all the greats went through there,
I remember I watched a video that was online of Richard Pryor. I guess back then I must have watched a tape, because we're talking about like the early 90s. It must have been a tape, but I watched a VHS tape of Richard Pryor on stage at Catch. And I was like, oh my God, I'm going to perform in the same place. And I knew Richard Belzer had performed there. I knew it was just a legendary club. I couldn't believe I was there. I couldn't believe I was allowed to be on the stage.
Me too, man.
Yeah, but when it went okay, it went good. I was like, okay. And then the next show I did the city, I was like loose. I was like, this is just a crowd. These are just people.
That's it.
And then I just got loose. But the allure of the city was always like, you can't trick them.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be the smart people. Like, you can trick all those losers that come to see you at a bar in the middle of Massachusetts. But if you're going to go to New York fucking city, you better have your act together. And your act has to be tight.
Stand up New York, the comic strip. Remember Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, that was a tough
oh my
one.
gosh, Eddie was here.
Yeah.
You see that Chris Rock, and you say, I'm like, whoa.
Well, the clubs in New York, there were so many of them. Boston Comedy Club.
Yeah.
Dangerfield's
I played. Alex, I played in front of probably 3 people.
Yeah.
Right? 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
At Dangerfield's.
Yeah. I was there once, Dangerfield's, and my spot was at 9:30, and I got there at 9 o'clock, and everyone was by the bar. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, there's no crowd. And while we were there, 2 people showed up. And remember Bobby?
Oh, you put the show on? Yeah,
he's
Bobby.
Welcome to Dangerfield. You started the show, and then the show started.
Yes.
And we all did stand up for 2 people.
I love it.
They were like held hostage. How could they leave? We're going to get out of here. This sucks. Like, what? There's 5 more guys coming.
There was something about back then that I miss so much. That I guess it's the community again, but that whole drive to the newness of being in these clubs, the Comedy Cellar.
Also, we didn't know if we were gonna make it.
That's it.
You back then you were like, am I gonna be a real professional, or is this just bullshit? Should I think about getting a job?
Right. I quit my last job way early.
Did you?
Yeah, I was working at a place called Granger in the warehouse, just pulling orders. It was like an industrial equipment company, and I hated it. It was so hot, and I'm like miserable. And I'm doing I'm doing an improv class and like a couple dates I have here and there, and I was like, I think I'm gonna turn it to comedy. I think I can make a living of this stuff. And it's like, I pulled out way too living at home, my folks, and it's like I might have pulled that a little early, but
But that's the way you do it, though. Yeah. You'll find jobs and things to do to make money while you're struggling.
Right.
But if you have a net, you'll fall.
Right. You're right.
You have to be 100% all in, because in the beginning, like in the first days when you and I knew each other, we were just like kind of opening acts,
right?
Which is like you're not really making much money,
right?
Maybe you could headline some old scrub room in the middle of nowhere,
right?
Make a couple $100 that night, drive to Connecticut, So it was precarious. Like, who knows what's gonna happen? I could fall. We all knew guys who fell apart. There's guys who were like headliners, big comics, and they just fell apart. They fell apart. They couldn't handle it for no reason.
It's weird, fear of success, or just like whatever it is. They didn't know how to go to the next level. Or
I think for them, it's a lot that they didn't have community. I think back then, even more so than it's a problem now. It was way more of a problem back then because everybody was in competition with each other.
Right.
Nobody looked at other people like other people that are just like me that are out there doing great. So that's awesome for everybody.
Right.
Back then, like, if you and I were friends and there was a Tonight Show host spot available, and they were going to talk to you and they were going to talk to me, we couldn't be friends.
Right.
And, like, the people would, like, turn on each other. They would backstab each other, like the famous David Letterman and Jay Leno things.
Right.
Leno's, like, hiding in the closet. Yeah.
Listening to.
Yeah, it was like they were in competition with each other.
Did you have a group of guys in Boston around you, like when you first started, or no, was it just you?
Me and Fitzsimmons were always tight.
Right.
And we started out literally a week apart from each other in open mics.
Right.
So, and then Chris McGuire, I was always tight with Chris, and there was a few guys from that era that I stayed friends with. That we did a lot of road gigs together, and we were tight. That was real fun. Mostly Fitzsimmons, because Fitzsimmons was he was a good buddy. We did a lot of gigs together when we were starting out. We'd drive to Rhode Island for free.
Yeah.
And just do open mics.
I drove to Allen, Pennsylvania for like $20 or something. I remember, like, I go out, this cost me more than tolls.
Yeah.
I was like, but I went.
Yeah, but that's the only way to do it. You have to put in those hours and that time, and you have to be. And if you're with someone else who's also doing it, it makes it way easier. So yeah, it made it easier for sure to be friends with Fitzsimmons because we were both doing the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a group like we had in LA. In LA, that was a different thing. That was a real brother and sisterhood. Like it was like everybody was like so tight, and everybody was so supportive because it coincided with the internet. When the internet came along, then instead of everybody being in competition with each other for a sitcom or a TV show, now everybody was on each other's podcasts.
Right.
So now it was only beneficial.
Yes.
It was like if I could go to Schultz's podcast, that would make my Netflix special get more people to watch it. If I could go to this, it would do that. If I could do all these different things, it would actually promote stuff and it would make it bigger and better. And then it was like everybody's podcast grew because they were on other people's podcasts, and no one suffered. There was no negative. Like of all the people that I ever had on my podcast that went on to do podcasts and toured arenas, it only helped.
It only helps.
It never hurt. It only helps. It helps them. It helps me. It helps the audience. It helps everybody.
Helping them is insane. I mean, like, look at the careers you built from this.
I just expose people to talented people that already existed, and that benefits me.
Absolutely, 100%. But it's like you give them this platform, and it does. It grows because then they're able to do it and bring up other people, and
and then other people are seeing that, and they're applying that in their own lives.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't the case. Back in the day, I felt like I had my brother Gary and Rock and, Adam Ferrara and Richie. Like, we had this tight group that we would look out for each other. Those guys, we would try to do that. But other than that, it was backstab. It was like they were just trying to get in the way and don't tell this guy about this audition. It's like, I hated that.
I hated that. Well, that's why I loved hanging out with you and Ferrara and it's like you would find good dudes and you all hang together and all enjoy each other's success and do shows together too. That was the most fun thing.
The best, man.
Shows together.
It was
the best.
Oh, I loved it
we
so
had
much.
so many fun gigs. It was such a good time, and just to be on the sideline because you're one of those guys that if I'm laughing hard in the room, you go crazy.
Oh, you give me nuts. You build me up. You were the hype man. You fire me up, and
I always knew you at your best.
Right.
I always knew who you were. Like if we were just at a bar and you just started going off about something and we're crying, laughing.
Yeah.
You had this ability to get fucking furious about something in the most hilarious way. And I was like, you gotta bring Shimmy out.
I know.
You gotta bring Shimmy out on that stage.
You were like one of the few guys. I'm telling you and Sam are guys that believe in me more than I believe in me. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes
it's amazing.
Your special quality is to be comfortable around your friends, and then that's where you show your full potential.
Right.
And then it's up to your friends to say, you gotta just carry that with you on the stage, because that's huge. Like the bit that you do about pulling up to the curb and the lock cancels out when the girl grabs the hand. That's a full shimmy bit.
Yes. You got me. You were like, you gotta go nuts with that. And I was like, you do more and more and adding it. I literally jumped in the audience because you got me. Like I said, when we were up at Montreal, you gotta go shimmy, and I went nuts. I literally jumped on some guy in the crowd. I've never done that before, ever. I phrased this as like, but that got me my deal. That's literally being that's.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. But that's you at your best. But sometimes, like, that's, sometimes you need a coach.
Right.
Sometimes you need a hype man. My friends do that all the time. We do it for each other. They do it to me. They'll say, like, Tony last night we were going over a bit. He's like, I really think that when you're saying this, maybe say that first.
Right.
And I was like, damn, maybe you're right.
Right.
And every now and then, someone will see things with fresh eyes, and they got to pull you aside. Go, I think you should do it this way. And you're like, ooh, I like it. Let me try it. And I'll try it the next show. And like, oh my God, you're right. Yes. That's it.
Yes.
You hug.
That's it's a comfort level. It's a comfort level when you're comfortable with somebody, and you get past that. You open up and you try to, and you know each other. That's exactly what it was. Like I said, we would go out and do these, and that would be it. You would give me these things and get me all hyped up, and it changed who I was. It changed that comedian that with the, standing up there in the middle with the mic stand, and you were just that guy to me. You were that guy that was just like, you didn't care, and I was like, I want to be that.
I remember one time we were at one of the improvs, the Brea Improv, one of those improvs, and one of the fucking guys who's working the sound booth goes, "What did you do to him?" I go, "That's him. That's him. That's the real shimmy. That's when it comes out, because you were just going nuts." You're just going nuts. You're like, dude, he goes so crazy with your hair. That's him. That's him.
I need you in my life that way. Like, I need you to do that with everything. I'm telling you, that's what I miss when I'm on my singing. Because again, you're my own captain. I go off the rails. I'll start overthinking things. Yeah. And it's like,
that happens with fighters too.
I'm sure.
Yeah, fighters decide that they're the boss, and then they don't have a guy like that. Happened with Tyson. Like, Tyson was with Customato. Customato died, and now he doesn't have a boss anymore. Right. He doesn't have the alpha. He doesn't have this wise person who's overseeing all of it. Go, no, not this, and right. This is why. This is why you have to approach it this way. Like, this is why. Like, sometimes people need a coach. You need someone around you who knows exactly what's going on.
I don't care if it's you, like, I need it. Like, if I'm writing a movie or doing whatever it is, I need people to say, hey, see you, because you're in your own head. Everything has that same flavor. Like, I'm always like, we're writing the same type of movies and this, that, because I'm controlling everything. And sometimes I got to relinquish that control and say, let someone else say, believe me, trust them. Just go with it, And I struggle with that because I'm like, no,
Right.
And that's the key to it. And I can see that in the fight game. It must be like, where I take over and I know better and I got to switch camps and do all this stuff.
Or especially if you're the champ, right? If you're beating everybody and you think, like, I'm fucking everybody up because I'm the best. And then your manager is like looking at Clubber Lang and Rocky. Right. He's like, no, this fucking guy's doing the real thing.
Right. You're going to watch out.
Yeah, you're in trouble. It's coming. Yeah. And you have to have that guy around you, otherwise you'll be delusional and you wind up like with a flashlight in your face.
That's right.
They're wheeling you out on a stretcher. That's the thing with success. Like, and also the part of success is to get successful, you have to get really uncomfortable. And once you get to a certain level of comfort, you're like, I don't want to be uncomfortable anymore. I did all that, and that's over. I'm done. But the only way you keep getting better is to be uncomfortable.
That's it. That's the ice bath. That's literally going. Why do you don't have to do this anymore? Yeah, it's like, but why?
So you got to build up the boss in your head. Like, I made my own coach because I realized there's not going to be enough coaches around me. Like, I had coaches when I was doing martial arts. I mean, there was a giant factor for me that I went to that Jae Hun Kim Taekwondo Institute in Boston, which was like one of the best gyms in the country. I just dumb luck happened to be there at the right time. But once I realized you're not going to have a coach everywhere, like, you got to be able to coach yourself. Like, I write out my training routines all myself. I write them out. So I know what I have to do. And I just do it.
I found an old journal, like, when I was literally I did karate for I don't know how many years it was. I got like a brown belt, when I was in high school and stuff like that, or a little just as, I guess it was ending, and maybe it was just going into college. I was my brown belt in it. But I never felt that we had a guy named Al Wilson in our school who was a boxer, and I was learning all the karate stuff, and I was really good at karate. I had the moves and stuff like that, and the katas down like crazy, crank them out, like rip them, like really powerful. And this guy was just different. It was boxing. Like I didn't have that. So I never had the confidence even then. Like as a brown belt, I was like, I need to know something. Like I got to learn. And it really,
boxing's an eye opener.
Oh my god! And wrestling. It's like all these things. That's what I'm saying. As far as that stuff, it's like
I had two big eye openers. Especially if you think that you know how to fight because you know how to do karate, and then someone you box and someone like, this is a totally different thing. I got to learn this now. Learn it like I learned everything else.
I remember when you took me to with the Beverly Hills Jiu-Jitsu. I remember probably the first class. A guy grabbed me and held me just against his chest, and my face was in his gi, and I couldn't breathe. I didn't know what to do, so I reached up and I was like grabbing his throat, but but I was packing. And he was like, "Whoa," like whatever. And I was like, "Whoa!" I didn't know that. I just played it off, but I was gone. I was gone. He was like, I was going to tap from my chest.
Yeah, people do that in black belt.
I do it all the
time. Smother choke.
Yeah, I can't do that.
People smother tap people. Like big guys would get on top of people and tuck them between their pecs.
Oh my god! Yeah, I'm out. I feel like I'm drowning. And I'm
not kind of drowning.
It's scary.
It is scary. But if you can learn defense of that, then you're always going to be safe. That's the thing. It's like if you can just figure out how to defend yourself in those positions just to stay alive, it's the worst feeling in the world. To be trapped under someone for 5 minutes when they're trying to kill you. But if you can develop enough confidence that you're safe no matter what, that's what Hicks and Gracie always said.
Right.
He was, I'm always safe. It was always defense. My defense is perfect. I'm always safe. So he never worried about being tapped because he was always putting himself in these terrible positions. He would have black belts start on his back with a fully locked in rear naked choke. That's how you'd have them start.
Then you're not afraid of anything. You've been there before.
You got defense. Yes. Yeah, you got your defense.
If I applied what I think about all day long to actually practicing it, I don't, but I think about it all the time. Like,
you gotta build that coach up.
I would literally look up things and I would watch everything and be like, I saw Eddie Bravo once say, or I heard that he said, I won't even teach anybody until you can do the butterfly. You can get it to your knees to the mat.
And he said you can't get a black belt.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. You can't get a black belt until you get your knees to the mat.
Oh, okay. I thought he was like, I took it that way, and I'm like, I started pushing, but then I faded. Like
he gave up on that, by the way.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, he gave up on that because he realized you can be a black belt without putting your knees to the mat.
Yeah, because I can't move.
It's just Eddie has a very specific style, and it's super effective, and it's very dangerous. He's one of the most dangerous guys ever off his back, and so he developed this style based on flexibility and movement. And I could always do that because I was very lucky that
You've always done flexible.
Because I did Taekwondo when I was really young, and I always stretched. So I didn't have any problem adopting his techniques, but a lot of people did just because of the dexterity issues.
I would think, like, because it was like the rubber guard and stuff like that, right? And it was like, I was always a big guy, so I didn't know whether in my head I would go, I shouldn't train this way because it's not my style of fighting or whatever, or should I be a big guy that can do that? And I would go back and forth, and some trainers would be like, you shouldn't do this, don't waste your time doing that, you'll never do that. And I'm like, well, what if I'm nothing scarier than a heavyweight that can move around and be like that,
A heavyweight that can fight off his back is one of the most boisterous guys.
I get it.
That was always Nogueira's big thing. Right. Because Minotauro, Fabricio Verdun, he tapped all the greats from his back.
Yeah.
Fabricio Verdun, he tapped Fedor from his back. Come on. And everybody was like, holy shit. And the way he did it with just pure jiu-jitsu, he got him an armbar triangle combination. It's like, this is checkmate, motherfucker. Just slap that down. Boy, Fabricio Verdun had the most wicked of all guards. He tapped all the greats. He tapped Cain Velasquez. He tapped Minotauro. He tapped Fedor. He tapped some of the greatest of all time. That guy tapped off his back.
That's crazy. That's what I have to. I have to get back to it. I really got to get back to it because that fear of those positions that you just don't want to ever get in. It's the suffocation. It's this and that. And even every time I start up again, I hate the warm-ups. The warm-ups, I'm like this. He's like, I'm doing these like crab walks and stuff like that. I'm like already out, like, but it's like I have a guy that Weidman hooked me up with, and I was going to go to Sarah, because Sarah's out there. It's great jiu-jitsu. But for some reason, Weidman goes, go to this guy. He'll be great with you. His name is Derek Maggi. He does monster jiu-jitsu, but it was like an hour away from me. But he's the greatest guy, and he comes to my house and he trains me and stuff, and he's just a beast. But it's like I've got to get past literally out of my head and go get in these positions. But when I train with him, he's so big. Like I get on his back or whatever it is, and he just gets. It's like an apartment building just coming up. Like I can't even hold. I don't. And it's so frustrating to me. And he's flexible and he can move around, and it's like this is where I don't finish. I quit. I'm like I get frustrated, and I don't.
Honestly, the thing about training with someone who's really good, the problem is you're never going to get good enough to tap them because they're always going to be ahead of you. You really should train with people that are okay. That's the best way to train. The best way to get really good at jiu-jitsu, I always said, and Eddie Bravo used to always say this, is strangle blue belts. Really? Find people that can resist a little bit, but they're not really on your level, or just drill on them.
Right.
You drill on them. And that way, then when you get to brown belts and you get to black belts, you're sharp, and you have all these reps of finishing the technique.
Reps.
All these reps of
That's the other thing.
Closing the technique off.
Do you recommend just drilling?
Blue belt to purple belt was when I was training, and we were drilling all the time. We were drilling multiple times a week.
Right.
So we get together, and we would, for an hour and a half, we would just drill. And it sucks. You don't want to. You want to roll. Rolling is fun. Sparring is fun.
Right.
It's like you're playing a video game.
Right.
But if you can just force yourself to do the work and do a lot of drilling, your technique will get really sharp. All the best guys drill. They drill all the time. They do either live drills where you all start from a certain position, or they'll do drills where they'll go over a specific path. Like Eddie was big on going over paths. Like, I want you to do this. You pass the guard, he goes to block, you set this up, and then you counter with that. And then we would drill that very position over. So then when that would come up in training, when you would go to pass and someone would block and then you would take their back, it's like, it's all synced in to your nervous system.
So and that enables you to, when you're in a position, to think 2 or 3 moves ahead. And
you're not going to get that if you're training with some big black belt. You're not going to get that. You're never going to get to the point where you can do that to him. It's not going to happen.
He's great. It's not him.
No, it's not him.
It's me.
He brings guys. He lets you do it.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Right.
You got to be able to do it to someone who's not letting you do it and someone who you don't know.
Well, that's the key. Once you start learning someone and you're kind of...
Yeah, you don't want to know them.
Right.
You want to be able to, like, solve a human puzzle.
Right.
Some person's pulling on your shit and he's kind of freaking out.
It's the fear of that. Like, I hate that. I don't like that. I love it. I hate going to a class where I don't know... First of all, I hate the gi. I hate everything. I suffocate in that thing. That thing is cement hard. Because then I feel like you're not learning the techniques. And then
You are. Yeah, 100%. I have a black belt in gi and I have a black belt in no gi. I can do both of them. I've done both of them. I trained both of them at the same time. But one of the things that I did from learning from Eddie was, because I was training so much no gi, but I was also training gi, I would go in and do the gi, but I wouldn't use it. I would let them use it on me. But I was just concentrating on overhooks and underhooks, and I was concentrating on all the same grips that I would use so that I would never be deficient. Because if you get used to grabbing collars and sleeves, and you get used to adjusting people with butterfly sweeps and stuff like that based on grips, the problem with that is all those grips go away whenever it's slippery and it's just bare chest. So I was just all about clinching, and I was all about a tight game.
Right.
It was all about learning what Eddie's moves were. And Eddie's moves were all overhooks and underhooks. It was all wrestling based. And it was all because of Jean-Jacques Machado. So our instructor, Jean-Jacques, his left hand, he only had a thumb. Yeah.
He trained me a couple days in Encino. He came to my house. He was such a great guy.
He's the best.
He really
is the best.
It's when I look at these videos of, where they take the gi belt or whatever it is and underneath and wrap it around this thing, it's like, I always go, it's not that it can't work or whatever, but I always look for things that are applicable. I want to be able to, and it's like, that to me, I can't do that. I can't, so, but I always heard that for you to get better at no gi, you want to train gi because it's like taking a bat and swinging with the donut on it.
Nah, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
No, you want to train. It's like to get really good at racquetball, you need to play tennis. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I got 4 massive gis if you want to use them for something. You can throw them over your couch or whatever you feel like doing because I'm happy to get rid of them.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with the gi. The gi's still great, and what the gi does do is it forces you to be very technical because you can't muscle out of things. You can't just pull out of stuff because you're trapped. So you have to learn how to use the proper defense and also never let you get yourself into a position where someone's completely cinched up on you. Like if someone has like there's certain chokes like a clock choke. Like if they reach into your collar and they grab a hold of your collar like this, and then they get this arm wrapped around here, you're in a bad spot because then I'm gonna spin.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna go.
Oh yeah, it's like a tourniquet, right?
And it's terrible.
It's a tourniquet.
Oh, it's death. It's death. It's such a horrible choke to get stuck in. So you just gotta. In those situations, the gi can be very, like if you're in a street fight with a guy who's got a winter jacket on. Some guy's got a leather jacket on, and he grabs you, and you grab a hold of that collar, and you pull him to the side, and you fish that arm underneath his shoulder. That's a dead man.
Right.
Like he didn't even know he's dead.
Yeah.
He's a dead man.
Yeah.
Like if you get a hold of someone's leather jacket, and then you get your arm under there, and you get this like this, you're like, oh, son,
you got him.
You're going for it.
Right. I love that.
Yeah, so this like the judo player who fighting someone with a winter jacket, you're fucked. That guy's gonna hit you with the world. He's gonna spike you on your fucking head on the concrete. You're not even gonna be able to stop it. You're not gonna be able to do a goddamn thing. So it's good to learn the gi because most people are wearing clothes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out shirtless from now on. Like just not even wear anything.
Ezekiel choke someone with a hoodie.
Right.
If you get on top of someone with a hoodie, you get all up in here and you fucking.
This is different level. This is not what I'm literally. I need to.
Yeah.
I've got to start. I really do. I gotta do something because it's like
There's nothing wrong with the gi. The gi's great. The gi's great. I
my
still love
problem
the
is
gi. It also slows it down.
when you grip. It does slow the game down for older guys too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing. That's what they keep saying. You don't want to go no gi because it's gonna be, but it's like it'll be a lot quicker. But I don't mind. I like that. As long as it's at my level, it does slow the game down. But also to me, I just feel suffocated. Like everybody's grabbing me, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm like tapping like crazy. I'm and plus my grip strength. I first of all tore this bicep when I was.
Did you get a repair? Or is it just like
this one happened about 5-6 years ago. I hired a personal trainer, and she came to my house. Like I didn't even know she just could. She was like almost like the CrossFit person. She's like going to work on strength. And I'd never deadlifted or did anything. And I started doing deadlifts, and she was like, I didn't even literally know how to do it. She was like showing me, and she was getting so excited. She goes, "That's pretty good weight. Can we bump it up a little bit?" And it was like 135, 225, 275, and then she goes, "Can we go a little bit more?" She put 315 on it, and then I go, and I got it, and she was like, "Can we go 405?" Like whatever. She bumped up, and I'm going, and I'm starting to feel like a little tired. And I go, I don't know if we should do this. I don't know if this is getting me. But she was so happy. She's like, "This is really good." It was like a personal, right? And I go, I've never done. I did 405, and I felt a little something. I got it. I just got it. She was like, "This is amazing." And then she said, "Can we go like 450?" And she put yes. And I went pop. Right away, I got it up for a little bit. I just went. I go, oh my gosh! But it didn't. It was such a bad. It didn't tear away from the bone. It just. It was like it looked like it was like chopped meat, and there was a hole. It ripped a hole in the middle of it. Oh, so it was weird. It was like the guy looked at it and he goes, "We can't even do anything with it." So it's like you just gotta let it heal.
Does it still have a hole when you flex?
Well, you can't see this one as much. You can see a little divot. You see a little divot here. But then just recently, I did a movie with Joey Diaz. I did that movie. I did a movie with him, and there was a lot of fighting in it. And I'm fight training with the guys, and we're rehearsing all the choreography and going through the moves. And we did it like a lot. And it was the end of the time. He's like, "Do you want to run it one more time?" And I was like, "All right." He was just running slow, just to get it because I was getting tired. And I had to go and double leg the guy or whatever it was. And I wanted to double leg him. And it was very slow. And he moved to the side, and he went this way, and it stretched my arm, and it went think, I go, and they go, oh, that looked awesome, guys. And I go, no. I literally have it recorded. I go, something's wrong. And this one's bad. It's nasty. It's like, it's a Matt Serra one. It rolled up on me, and I got it checked out, and they go, it's completely torn. And, the guy was doing PT on me. This guy Amato, he's awesome. Johnny Amato, he's awesome. The guy who do PT, and he was telling me, he's like, well, the good thing about it is it's torn completely because it's not, you're going to be able to do everything with it. And I had to go into the movie, so they go, do you want to get it fixed? You should get it fixed. And he said, it's like one of those things where it's like, you don't gain that much strength. Believe it or not, the bicep doesn't do that much. The bicep itself is kind of like turning a key, and it's like that's where it'll be affected a lot, which is, that's actually not that bad.
Did you get it fixed or not?
I didn't. I couldn't because I had to go to the movie.
Wow.
Because if you do that, you get it fixed. The rehab is like it's long, So I go, I can't do it. So they said, I go, can I get it done after the movie? And they go, you can't because it's a window of the muscle. Like if you don't attach it right away, it shrivels up. It won't take.
Yeah.
So I did it. I didn't do it, and it's bad. And it still hurts. It cramps every time. Like I don't feel like I can do anything. I've lost so much strength on this thing now.
You wish you'd gotten the surgery.
I do.
That sucks. Yeah, I always wondered about Matt's arm.
He's strong as hell. Like it doesn't affect him though. He says, I think he says it's fine. Like,
a bunch of guys get that one. That's a real common one. It's common with a lot of times when people throw a punch. Like if the punch gets blocked, the bicep will pop and curl up. I've seen that a couple of times. Yeah.
This is ugly and it's bad.
Remember Kyle Parisian had that with his hamstring?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Did he?
Yeah, he had a hole in his hamstring. His hamstring just ripped apart and it shriveled up, and it always fucked with him like the rest of his career.
Oh, it's in your head.
Well, also his one leg just was not as strong.
Right.
So his one leg was like always compromised. He should have had his surgery on it like right from the beginning. Yeah, but guys try to rehab stuff. There's like that fine window, that small window between fixing something and not being able to ever fix it. Like TJ Dillashaw went through that with his shoulders. He tried to just rehab his shoulders, and his shoulders wind up becoming chronic, and now they ruined his career.
Right.
Yeah, any kind of injury to a joint, I always say get the surgery if you can. If it's that bad, get the surgery. But also, it depends on what it is. Like if it's a bicep, yeah, get the surgery. But there's certain things like stem cells might be able to fix that better than surgery. So it's like knowing where to go and who to talk to and what doctors have actually gone through this before.
You can't do that now. It's too late.
What?
With stem cell right now.
Like with the bicep? No. Once it's shriveled up, it's shriveled up.
Yeah.
You have a very small window. I think a bicep window is just a couple of weeks. Get it repaired like really quickly.
I should have done it.
That sucks.
It does.
That's a bummer.
It's slowing me down for sure.
I tore my MCL getting on stage once.
What?
Yes, at Stubbs. It's Stubbs in Texas. I was walking up to the stage. Stubbs is this outdoor amphitheater, and as you're turning the corner, it's these concrete stairs, but they're spaced differently. And so I was like, I was turning my recorder on my phone and walking up the stairs, being called up to the stage, and I misstepped and twisted my foot, and it popped my knee bad. Or when I went on stage, my leg was shaking, like I was nervous.
Like it didn't stop.
I was in agony. Yeah, I just did my set.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I just powered through it, but I was like, my leg is shaking so bad. It looks like I'm so nervous. Like everyone can see this, but it's just pain. I should have addressed it. I should have said I just blew my knee out. I should have said that so like people know when my knee is shaking.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I was like, God, how do I stop my knee from shaking?
Like this guy's nervous.
Yeah, it shook for like the first 10 minutes at least.
Did you sit down?
No. Just did my set.
Yeah.
It still went great. The show was fun, but then my knee was fucked up for a year after that. I had to get a bunch of stem cells. I got stem cells in it like 3 times before it finally got to the point where it doesn't bother me.
How is it now?
It's great. Yeah, now it's great. Now I'm getting back. No problems.
Wow.
Yeah, I did a lot of knee over toe stuff too. That Ben Patrick.
Yeah, that stuff. That's great stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's a big game changer. I've strengthened my legs quite a bit more since I did that. Since I had that injury, the Nordic curls and the slant board squats, goblet squats.
That sled too on the wheels, whatever it's called, the
torque sled.
Yes, it's just I just push it light and then
Mm-hmm.
just walk back with it slow, and just keep going digging in.
Yeah.
I feel it in my legs, and it's great.
The walking back is huge. That's such a crazy way to strengthen your legs, to pull a sled backwards. Such a good way to strengthen your knees.
Right.
Yeah, it just keeps everything strong and firm.
Yeah.
So it's like, as long as you stay flexible as well, and you're strong, like you have stability. You have range of motion, but you also have stability. That's giant. That's key.
I'm doing this movie now where it's me and it's an action movie. I'm going to literally leaving tonight to Vancouver to it's like a crazy action movie and I wanted to get in shape for it and it didn't happen. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm next to this beast too, Alan Richardson.
Oh, that guy for the Reacher? That guy's huge. That guy's huge.
Oh my gosh! I was like, I gotta train to get ready for that. I'm like, nothing happened. And I'm like, oh boy.
That guy is the perfect guy for that show. Because they did that movie with Tom Cruise,
and it was like the character was never that small, right?
No, in the book the character was this monster. The character in the book was Alan Richardson.
Yeah. Richardson. He's a
Richardson.
Yeah, really good. Look at
that. Dude's ridiculous.
He's amazing.
He's a house. That guy's a house.
Great dude too.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy.
Unbelievable.
I've seen him in interviews. He seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
He's the perfect guy for that series.
Yeah.
They just, Tom Cruise is the blockbuster boy. So they're like, let's just do it with Tom Cruise. Like, but he's 5'9".
Right.
Like, this guy's got to be a gorilla. He's got to be a fucking linebacker. He's a linebacker with a genius brain. He can kill people.
This guy's
yeah. He's perfect for it.
He is. But
so you have to do an action movie with him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And just
start fasting.
I just.
How much time do you have before the camera rolls?
I just suck it out. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's like fighting that age, but it's like you're right. You look at what you're doing, man. It's like such a difference. How you are with what you do and what you've implemented. We're a different species, you and I'm telling you.
I just stayed on it.
Yeah.
I just never let off the gas.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah.
But also being careful, like knowing like what's fucked up and what's not, knowing not to try to work through injuries, but to heal them and making sure they don't happen anymore by increasing range of motion and strengthening things and just making sure your whole system is strong.
Right.
I do a lot of like non-sexy exercises like Turkish get-ups and things like that. Right. Strengthen the whole body, windmills.
Yeah.
Those are the things that I like.
No one likes to do that. And those are the things I when I walk around the gym and do a couple things. It's like that's where I have to change my mindset to go into the places where it hurts. Where does it hurt when you bend? Where it the ankle strength, foot, right. All this stuff to get comfortable in that. And it's like that's the stuff that's so important. Turkish get-ups, I hate those.
Everybody hates those.
I don't like to do it. I don't.
There's no like bench press is cool. Like you bang out 10 reps, like we did it. Turkish get-ups, you never feel like you're done. It's always
exactly.
Oh, it's hard, and everything's working. Your leg, your cores working.
Do specific sets, or are you more like on your own? Do you go? I just gonna work this area, and I'm gonna do as many as I just want to drill it, or do you have like a set?
I have sets.
You do?
Yeah. I'll do like I do my warm up. My warm up after the cold plunge is always 100 push-ups and 100 bodyweight squats. So that's the warm up. So that gets you going. That gets you warm after you've done the cold. So that now you're heated up again. And then I do
100 push-ups
and 100 bodyweight squats.
That's more than my week, right? Like I even this is your warm up.
Yeah, that's the warm up every day. Yeah, that's 15 minutes. So 15 minutes it takes to do 100 push-ups and 100 bodyweight squats. I do those. And then I do swings. So depending upon whether or not I'm feeling good or whether or not I need more warm-up, I either go with 50 or 70 pounds. So if I go to 70 pounds, that means I'm ready to go. So I do 3 sets of 10 swings with each arm with 70 pounds. And then I do clean press, 3 sets of 10 with each arm, clean press. And then I do 3 sets of windmills with each arm. And then I do 3 sets of renegade rows. Renegade rows where you're like doing a push-up on the kettlebell. So you got the kettlebells, 2 on the ground, same distance apart as your shoulders. and you do a push-up, and then in the lock push-up position, you do a row with one side, boom, and then a row with the other side, boom, back down for a push-up, back up, row with one side, boom. So your core is totally engaged the entire time. You're in a plank the entire time. And the entire time, you're either going down to do a push-up, you lock up, and then you're stabilizing yourself as you pull the one kettlebell up.
Core, that's
boom,
everything.
That down, yeah. Boom. And you do that with 70 pounds, 3 sets of 10 on each side, and you get worn the fuck out. You know, so you're doing 20 reps. Every time I'm doing this, I'm doing 10 reps with each hand. So I'm doing that with 70 pounds. And so I do 3 sets of those. And then once I get done with that, then I usually either do the sled or I'll do something else. I'll do like rounds on the back. I'll do something else.
And is that timed and all that stuff too, or is it
no? I like to give myself time in between sets because I want to be fully recovered before I get into the set again. I don't believe in. I follow this Russian principle, this power, this strong first principle, which is the most important thing is how much weight are you pushing in for how many reps. And it doesn't matter if those reps come over 5 minutes or they come over 20 minutes. And it's probably better if they come over 20 minutes than over 5 minutes because you have a lot of time. I'll take 5, maybe even 10 minutes in between sets. So I'm fully ready to go. And then when I'm doing the clean press with 70 pounds, I'm doing 10 reps each side. I'm no problem doing that. I'm not fatigued. Like I'm fatigued. It's hard. It's difficult, but it's not where I'm like at the point of failure ever. If my point of failure was 10 reps, I would do 5.
Right.
And then I would wait a long time, and then I do another 5.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm getting a lot of reps.
You're never getting to that point where you're pushing yourself to the point where you can hurt yourself. Or
Never. That's all I do. I don't lift anything heavier than 70 pounds. That's the heavy too, right? And you don't need to. People think you do. I mean, it's one thing if you're a football player.
Exactly.
If you're a power athlete and you need to do cleans and squats and deadlifts, that's great. But I don't need to do that. I just keep my body strong. And then I do my endurance work. My endurance work is either sled pulling or it's Tabatas on the air bike or it's rounds on the back. And then I get in the sauna. And the sauna's, that's so you go in there right when you're tired. And you just step in that 195 degrees.
195.
Sit there for 20 minutes.
What's your cold plunge at?
34 degrees.
I would have a heart attack.
It's fun.
Instantly. I would be gone. I have mine ready. I have one. And it's 50. It was 52 degrees. It was 52. Which was, I was shaking, man. But I would just go in. I was in there for 15 minutes, though. I would do that. You don't need to go that long.
You don't need to, but you can do that if it's 50.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably giving you the same result if you do 15 minutes at 50 as you're doing 3 minutes at 34. That's probably giving you the same result or similar result. The whole idea is to freak your body out and produces cold shock proteins.
And how does that compare to the chamber one where you get the air? Is it just like does that get you cold? You know the one where you just get?
They're both brutal. They're both brutal. I think
I've never done that.
Cold water's a different animal though. It
gets in your bones more, right?
Yeah, you feel colder. Like when you get out of that the cryotherapy machine, when you get out of there, and within a couple of minutes, you're like, whoo, you're okay. You get out of that cold water, like for a fucking half an hour, you're like, Jesus Christ. But that was the way I would warm up. I would just go right into the bodyweight squats and the push-ups. So that was my way of heating my body back up after the cold.
But don't your joints feel just frozen?
No, you're all right. You're all right. It's body weight, so it's not much weight, so you just kind of push it. You know, you could easily do 20 push-ups. You just do the 20 push-ups, take a break, do the 20 bodyweight squats, take a break. Heart rate drops back down. Next set, 20 bodyweight squats, 20 push-ups. Next set, do it 5 times. You've got 100. And then by that time, I'm warm. And so then I'll do whatever the other workout is. Right. Maybe I'll jump rope. It depends on what I'm doing. Right. But I always write it out. If you write it, because if you write it out, you don't give yourself in the middle for fuckery. Because you know this is what you have to do it. It's all written out. Like, that's the boss. The boss gets in there and writes it all out before the ego steps in. And they're like, let's eat them all. Once it's there, it's like you get a better workout if you have some fruit first. Let's go have some fruit. You get a better workout if you eat. Yeah. I'll eat all. You know what? I have a window between 3 and 4:30. I'm a really good workout then. Right now, I'm just going to watch TV. That's me. Yeah, that's everybody. But you just got to have that boss in your brain. It has to be in control.
Yeah, and once you get it subdued like that much, it's not that hard, right?
The whole thing is momentum. The whole thing is doing this. Everybody that has ever had a good day, you have a good day where you really get your shit done, you start feeling good about yourself. And you go, the key is just carry that forward. Keep going. Don't let yourself fuck off. And if you do give yourself a day off, recognize that just like an alcoholic that starts drinking again, this can be a slippery slope. So if you give yourself that day off, be real aware of what you're doing.
I self-sabotage. Like, if I go, I'll start Monday again, or I'll start tomorrow, that hope of starting the next day, I have it so much. I remember, like, when I was training, and Wyman said this to me, he goes, when you're training and you get a flat, you don't get out and fix the flat. You get out and pop the other 3 tires. Like, you literally do, and I do. It's like, once I go off, I go, all right, I'm off. I'll start, Monday. It's just, I do. I crush it. Yeah. I do. Yeah. Oh, man, I would love to eat with you. That's, but I'm saying, like, but you're right. And you can eat and do it in the right way. And I'm sure you enjoy food. And
it's just, the boss has to be fully in control before you get a day off.
Yes.
And it is almost like sobriety in that way. Like, you have to get so much momentum that you're fully confident that you can take a day off and just eat ice cream. And there's nothing wrong with that if you do have a hold of it. But
even if that's got to be tempered, though. Like, you can't. Yes. Like, I notice I can't do a day off where I'm just crushing myself. It's like, there's no coming back.
The next day you feel like shit.
100%. Yeah.
But the thing is, you have gone on schedule and gotten in shape before. You have done it, so you can do it. So it's maybe even more frustrating than someone who's never done it.
That's right.
Because you have dropped 60 pounds. You have gotten in shape again. And I remember when you were training mitts with Deli Grate, I was watching you hit the pads. Like, when you got in shape for Here Comes the Boom, you got in fucking shape, and you were training hard. And I was watching some of those sessions. It's like, so I know you can get to that spot.
Right.
It's just like maintaining.
I know.
That's the thing, is maintaining.
And now as I go, it's like God takes a little thing away from me. The bicep pull now. It's like,
another new reach.
It's a little, it's like, I gotta fight it, man. And like I said, I'm teetering between that. I gotta go back. And you're right, man.
You just gotta decide. And one of the best ways to decide is to write things down. It's so easy to just keep a thought in your head and you don't really give it the what it deserves. You gotta write things down occasionally. You have to really do. And I write down my workouts.
I have a big whiteboard in my gym too.
Yeah.
Just put it up there, write it up.
Just write it down before you do it, and give yourself a realistic goal. Don't be nutty.
Right.
With the next day you're gonna hit that man. Give yourself a realistic goal.
Dolce go for a walk. Just go for a walk for 40 minutes, whatever. And it really, what happens is when I start walking, I'll start moving around. I feel good. I go, whatever, and I start adding more, and it's like, my goodness. Then I start, wanting to throw. I'll get the egg weights, and I'll just start throwing those, and just, I love it. I really, it's something that is really addictive in a good way. That, like, you can, once you start doing it, and it's a little bit, it's the pressure of, you don't have to do so much. Just do this.
Yep.
And then,
if your pressure is, okay, now you have to lift weights for an hour and then go to a 90-minute yoga class and run a marathon, like, fuck that.
Right.
It needs to be very realistic. Like, we're going to start off today, you're going to do 20 push-ups, 20 bodyweight squats, 10 cleans, 10 presses, a couple of chin-ups, and then you're done.
That's a wrap.
That's 20 minutes. 20 minutes, and never be exhausted. And then take the next day, you're going to do something different, but equally light, and you do that for a couple of weeks. And if you write it all out, it shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes to work out, and you can get through 20 minutes. Just write it all out. Make sure you follow it. And one of the best things for me is I have a TV in the gym, and I'll put fights on. So I'll be watching fights. Get inspired, watching fights, and then you go through your routine, and you're good. And as long as you write it out, and if you write it out and I know I wrote this down on paper, I have to do what this says.
Committing to
Yeah,
it.
you have to
Committing
do it.
It's great.
Because if you just hold it in your head, I'm going to go work out. What am I going to do? Oh, fucking curls. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some bench press. You need a structure.
You're
so
right.
you can give it to yourself.
You're right. That's awesome, man. All right, yeah, I'll do it in this documentary, and we'll come back, and I'm going to show you that.
Next time you're here,
I promise.
you'll be looking for houses.
I promise.
We'll work out together.
I love it.
All right. My man. It's good to see you, brother. You're the best. I love you too.
Thank you for doing everything you do, man.
My pleasure.
You're awesome.
It's a lot of fun. It's great to see you out there killing it. I love it. All right. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Policy Genius. It's a new year, and a lot of people are reflecting on what they want to accomplish here in 2024. Maybe you're going to buy a house or go to college. Those things can cost money, and a life insurance plan will help protect your family if something were to happen to you. That's why I suggest checking out Policy Genius. Policy Genius helps you compare your options from top companies, and their team of licensed experts is on hand to help talk you through it. Policy Genius's technology makes it easy to compare life insurance quotes from America's top insurers in just a few clicks to find your lowest price. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per year for $1 million of coverage. Some options offer same-day approval and avoid unnecessary medical exams. And I love this. They work for you, not the insurance companies. That means they don't have an incentive to recommend one insurer over another, so you can trust their guidance. Save time and money and give your family a financial safety net with Policy Genius. Head to policygenius.com/JRE or click the link in the description to get your free life insurance quotes and see how much you could save. That's policygenius.com/JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
I'm not recommending this necessarily because it's dangerous, but it is slicing the garlic very thin. The belief is that when it goes into a light boiling in the pan, that it basically dissolves. It just goes pew. Why? Because you don't want it to burn, which is one of the first and worst things that can happen when you're using garlic. So be careful with those microplanes and understand that how you chop up the garlic is going to intensify the flavor. This actually is the same with onions, as a matter of fact. That the way you cut them and the size in which you cut them will dictate how intense the oil and the flavor is. Make sure it's not past the brine. I guess this goes with dating as well. Even though, let's face it, it's sweeter with time. Make sure that garlic is in its prime. Cloves should be firm. They should be mushy. You shouldn't have any green sprouting. That's not good. If you see that green sprouting, if you notice that
soft or mushy, it is past its prime. Don't use it. And I know it can dry out as well, which is the other problem. Once you get really good garlic home in its fullness, and you've got this beautiful garlic in a dark place, cool place, and then it starts to harden, then you know it's not going to be good either. It's starting to dehydrate a bit, and then it's good, and it's not going to do what you want. And whatever you're cooking, keeping that in mind is going to keep your dishes fresh, bright, and garlicky in their own right. So, as I said, don't stick that garlic in the fridge. You want to keep it on the counter in a paper bag or in your pantry. It's going to last longer. It's going to taste better, and it's going to remain more fresh. Chop your garlic as evenly as possible. Why? Because when you put it into a pan, a saute pan or something, the different sizes are going to cook at different times. If it cooks at different times, that means the bigger pieces are going to take a little longer. The smaller pieces are going to burn. Burnt garlic is nasty, and you'll have to start all over, meaning cleaning the pan, everything, because that smoky, nasty, burnt garlic gets into everything and will ruin your dish, and you will be bummed, and there will be big tears and sadness across the entirety of your kitchen and home. So, keep that in mind. Similar sizes, not too long. The moment it gets fragrant, the moment you smell garlic, it's done. Turn the heat off or put the other ingredients on and move to the next step. Garlic presses, yes, they're actually kind of fun to use. They're simple to use, but it can make garlic way too mushy. It can mess with the flavor. Really chopping, like when you're smashing something, you are going to change its texture and the cell structure, and that can also change the way you experience the flavors and the texture as well. So chopping is the best option unless it says otherwise in a recipe, or unless you've tested and you say, well, this actually makes the flavor I want. This is what's worked for the recipe. Fine, I'm not gonna get on you on that. You do what works for you. I'm just saying that oftentimes you end up not bruising it, but really beating it up in a way that it doesn't need. Don't add garlic too early in the cooking process. This is something that you're building flavor with. And if you're using high heat, because of the fact that it burns, is super sensitive and it burns so quickly, you don't want to put it in there too early. Wait until about halfway through the cooking process, unless the recipe says otherwise, before tossing it in. Also, on the flip side of burning it, the only other thing that makes it worse is if it's too raw. You want to cook down some of those flavors, brings up that caramelization, brings up some of the smokiness, the nuttiness that you want in that, and not that bright, strict garlicky flavor. Just a couple of tips. We'll come back and talk about garlic some more on technique of the week, and then a great interview we've got to do coming up. You don't have to. We want to do coming up at 2:30. So go nowhere. It's a beautiful Saturday. No rain today. Let's enjoy the weather by talking about good food and hanging out. So go nowhere. All right, let's get the latest news now from Sandy Wells, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
5 students have been expelled from the middle school in Beverly Hills for sharing fake nude photos of their classmates. Officials have responded to an oil sheet about 2.5 miles off the coast of Huntington Beach. President Biden has signed a $460 billion package of spending bills approved by the Senate in time to avoid a shutdown of many key federal agencies. We'll check the 133 right after this.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in the bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana BlackFox.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive that one, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Parity Flexibility. It's designed for women to meet retirement needs with flexible withdrawals that help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income that keeps paying you even through account balances. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll see what it is. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's the Parity Flexibility. And it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more. And retirement income you cannot pay is the ultimate legacy. Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Please visit Cambridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, or product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
This is a radio ad for Exit, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Exit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how your Exit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about your Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON. Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer whenever I want? And you sleep cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Sleepers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Beds, only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year. Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hi, Dan. My kids are really excited about spring break, so I'm looking for a new Toyota to help make it amazing. Well,
Now until April 1st is the perfect time for an exciting new Toyota. Just imagine you and the kids in a Tundra on your way to the lake to go speedboating. Or imagine taking a Grand Highlander to the mountains for some spring skiing. Or maybe driving a Camry to a towering water slide. I'm feeling it! Or even taking a RAV4 to an animal sanctuary to pick goats. Sounds like your kids aren't the only ones excited about spring break. Oh, what makes you think that?
Let your imagination run wild at your participating Toyota dealer. Ready, set, go get your Toyota today. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
The hit true crime podcast Paper Ghosts is back with a haunting mystery in the shadows of the Ozarks. Season 4 unravels a darkly intriguing cold case from 1989 as a community continues to search for answers about a missing girl, various suspects, and a potential connection to BTK.
It's going from, okay, we don't think something's quite right to there's some worry going on now because now we found something for clothing.
Listen to Paper Ghosts on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. News Nation Monday. Cuomo and Carlson. Time to take the divide head on.
Whether you like it or not, believe it or not, you wind up playing the game.
Cuomo accepts Tucker Carlson's invitation to a one-of-a-kind conversation in his home, face-to-face. News Nation's Chris Cuomo and Tucker Carlson. Monday at 8 Eastern. Only on News Nation. You can find News Nation on Spectrum 126, DirecTV 307, and Dish 207.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app. Math and Magic. Stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Pittman, Season 6. Join iHeartMedia Chairman and CEO as he analyzes the math and magic of marketing, sitting down with today's most gifted disruptors. Marketing school, digital marketing, and online marketing tips. Actionable digital marketing lessons learned through years of being in the trenches. Office hours with Mike Stein. Mike sits down with the world's most important chief executives to answer your most pressing questions about leadership, career, and life. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, we meet LA County Sheriff's crime-fighting four-legged friends, specially trained black labs that help detect and track down hard drives and other electronics used in cyber crimes, financial crimes, and sexually explicit content. We'll meet the dogs and their handlers on the hard drive sniffing canines. It's part of our ongoing crime fighter series, Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the for all things food, beverage, indulge. I am your well-fed host, Neil Cervator. How do you do this fine Saturday in March? Right before we have to do the most horrible thing in the world and change our clocks, lose an hour. That's right, rolling it together, right? For those of you who haven't heard, I'm excited to let you know that I'm now a part of the morning show with Bill Handel, Monday through Friday, starting at 6 a.m. with Handel on the news right after Amy King finishes up Wake Up Call. So join me there, won't you? I'll also be hanging out with Kevin Smith tomorrow, 4 to 7 p.m. right here on KFI. So join us there. I hung out with him at his pad last week, and what a cool guy. I've been a fan for a long time, but just to be able to talk to him one-on-one and stuff was very cool. So we're going to hang out and do a show for your pleasure tomorrow, 4 to 7, right here on KFI. All right, talking about garlic for technique of the week. Garlic is one of those ingredients that is so amazing and changes everything. When it hits a pan or when it goes into a dish. I gave you some breakdowns, what to do, what not to do with garlic. If you didn't get the chance to hear that, you can go back to the podcast, of course, at KFI-AM640.com and listen for important podcasts there. So we broke that down. Now I want to tell you about something that I love. It is such, if you are a garlic fan, you
have to know. It's simple, and you can use it in everything. You can spread it on bread. You can mix it into mashed potatoes. You can use it in sauces, and it is simply roasted garlic. Very easy to do, but man, does it pack a punch. So take this down. Preheat your oven to around 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 200 degrees Celsius. Get it nice and toasted in there. You want it warm. You're going to put that garlic in there. It's going to be a big warm hug in that oven. You grab a whole head of garlic. You have to do exactly nothing to it for the most part. Don't peel it or anything. You just chop off the top part because you want to see those beautiful little cloves peeking out at you a bit. That's it. You get a piece of aluminum foil. You wrap the garlic head up like a tiny little present. You pop it in the oven and you let it roast for about 30 to 40 minutes. You're going to know when it's done for these major reasons. It's soft and squishy inside. Yeah, just like you are. Once it's done, you take it out of the oven, you let it cool for a bit, and be careful. This is coming out piping hot. It's sitting in a 400-degree oven. When it's cool enough to handle, this is the coolest thing. It's super satisfying. You squeeze all those roasted cloves out. It's like toothpaste, right? You're squishing them out, and you're squeezing them out, and they'll be soft and buttery and delicious. If by any chance, the little papery skin or any of that gets on you, just take those out. But it is just this lovely garlicky yumminess. Now, that's the easiest way to do it. Like I said, you can do it, this roasted garlic, you put it on bread, on little toast points, you can mix it into mashed potatoes, add it to a sauce, a white sauce or something for, boom, a little cake. You could put it into a vinaigrette even. You can make a lot of lovely things with it. But if you want to zhuzh it up or kick it up a bit, you can add a little bit of olive oil to the top of it before you roast it. You can even add some citrus to it, some lemon or some orange. You can do all kinds of fun things to it that way as well to kick it up. But man, if you learn nothing from our two segments for Technique of the Week in garlic, learn to roast garlic, and then go ahead and hit me up on social media at Fork Reporter and tell me how much you're in love with me. Because of the garlic. No, otherwise. All right, stick around. I want to introduce you to somebody, huge part of the LA food scene for over 4 decades. So go know where it is. Fork Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. This is KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now. Let's send the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LA City Council has called for a professional evaluation of the LA Homeless Services Authority. Councilmember Bob Willenfield says the agency is not transparent. He says other city agencies in the fight against homelessness may also need to get their act together.
If the housing department can't be the lead agency in the city to manage and monitor losses contract, we also need to get our administrative house in order.
The council voted yesterday to order the evaluation of contracts and processes and also demanded quarterly updates on homeless-related litigation.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them. For the smaller dress or tux.
Eli Lilly's new TV ad released before the Oscars is criticizing celebs who use diabetes and weight loss drugs for cosmetic reasons.
These are not medications that are out there for vanity use. These are really meant for people that are dealing with this disease.
James Dervios with the Obesity Action Coalition says it's time to get serious about what these medications are for. Commercial shows people getting dressed in sequins while crews roll out a red carpet. Doctors say the misuse of Zepbound and Ozempic has created a shortage and spike in prices for people who need the drug most. The Oscars tomorrow. 15 kids have been kidnapped from a boarding school in Nigeria. The armed men broke into the boarding school early this morning and took the kids while they were sleeping. School abductions are common in Nigeria's northern area, especially since the 2014 kidnapping of more than 200 schoolgirls by Islamic extremists. A second case of measles has been reported within 24 hours in Chicago. Former Chicago Assistant Commissioner Dr. Howard Herman says people should be concerned.
Measles is the most easily spread common infectious communicable disease beside a common cold, but much more serious.
City officials say that young was living at a migrant shelter. An investigation is underway to determine who the child may have come into contact with while contagious. There have been 41 cases of measles in the U.S. during the first 2 months of this year, compared to 58 all of last year. We have a crash in appointments on the 5.
State Freeway, northbound side of the 5, right at the 118. A pickup truck overturned. The crash clearing out of the right-hand lane. Meantime, 5 northbound. First, you have delays from the East LA interchange to Stadium Way, and then you're slow again because of the accident from Lankershim up to the 118. Mid-City, 10 westbound past La Brea. An earlier accident cleared from the middle lanes. West 10, you're slow from the East LA interchange to Robertson, and the eastbound side of the 10, bumper to bumper from Cloverfield to the 110. The downtown slot. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Purity Flex annuity, designed for women to meet retirement needs with flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. Cambridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outpay is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Visit Cambridge.io/Purity for current rates, all policies, and disclaimers, and other important information.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup.
We'll take Barkley.
First pick. Sorry, kids.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and A member FDIC.
This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now is swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspections. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, the Bugman.
If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort.
From Save the Day Happy and Adventures Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown.
Discover a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth.
One ticket park reservation required. Offering subject to restrictions and change without notice.
Listen for your chance to win 1 day, 1 park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park.
For more information, go to KFIAM640.com.
We'll sing with California when it falls into the sea.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Fourth Report. This is what we do on Saturdays. We get together on Saturday, we celebrate food, the people that make it, the culture behind it. We talk cooking at home, tips and tricks. We talk going out to eat. I've said this many times, and I will continue to say it, that the local economy rises and falls on our interaction and use of hospitality, period. We got to get out there, continue to support all those folks that are fixing good things for us to eat. So get out there and do that. Stick around also at 5 o'clock. You've got SoCal Saturdays with our friend Joella Sharp. And then our buddy Steve comes along, Steve Gregory with Unsolved. So go nowhere. All right, my next guest is Bob, and I'm going to make sure I say his name wrong, right? Because I've heard it a bazillion times, but sometimes I mess these things up. Bob Spivak, and he's a seasoned veteran of the restaurant scene here, big time in California, over 4 decades in the food industry. And you can see his influence all over the place, from one of my favorite Beverly Hills restaurants in the entire world, the Grill on the Alley, of course, to the widespread success of daily grill restaurants. So it's a real honor to welcome legendary restaurateur and new book author to the Fourth Report. Hi, Bob. Welcome to the Fourth Report.
Thank you. I feel very welcome with that opening.
Well, I got to tell you, I have said this so many times that the hospitality with a capital H that you get from all of your restaurants, but what I first experienced at the Grill on the Alley was something when you first really feel a professional server, somebody who is treated well, paid well, and there to really serve, to the experience of the white cloth, to all of those things. The first time I was in the Grill on the Alley, it just made me feel like that was the standard that everyone else had to live up, and that is something that has your DNA and your fingerprints and your insights all over it. And I thank you for that.
Well, I thank you for that.
So you've got the 45-year or so restaurant industry insight, you from family businesses on. What inspired you before we get right into your new book, of course, saved by a blonde and a chicken pot pie, which you can't find a better name than that. So what inspired you to pursue this career in this particular field?
Well, I'm not sure I pursued the career that we're pursuing me. I grew up in the 50s in Los Angeles. I had severe learning disabilities. And those days didn't know what to do with us. They considered us slow. The LA school system pushed me along, and finally, when I got to high school, I found out that I was a pretty good athlete. And the football coach, they realized that I just couldn't take the classes that the other kids were taking. So most of the kids were in Spanish and French classes and algebra, geometry, and so on. I was taking bookkeeping, print shop, and typing. And I was equivalent of football coaching because those kids were stay eligible for the football team. So I got out of high school, I didn't have a lot of opportunity.
Now, Bob, when you talk about this, your struggle with these learning disabilities, rather, you talk about dyslexia and ADHD, correct?
That's correct, Bob. But those words weren't in the dictionary when I was in school.
No, me either. Now, I graduated high school in '87, and I found out much later afterwards that I struggled with dyslexia, and found out that my father did as well. And I wrestled with those things too. Strangely enough, I also took printing and the like in high school because I loved it so much. I appreciate that when you talk about these things now, because now they're everyday words. You could be diagnosed in school even for many of these things.
Yeah. And so, to follow along, my father had a few restaurants in Southern California. There was one in the corner of Boston and Fairway where the Fairway Center is today. I think in way back he went to school, high school. I graduated high school in 1961, so I graduated last few years. He had a restaurant in the corner called Smoky Joe's. And it's a quite well-known restaurant. And so every day, there was one in North Hollywood where I grew up. And every day after school, I would go over there and pull napkins and peel carrots. Finally, I went to my father one day and I said, I've been doing the carrots and napkins for a couple of years. And I want to become a dishwasher. So that's a very adult job. And he was afraid to have me working on all that equipment. So he threw a line on the wall in the kitchen and said, when I hear that, I become a dishwasher. So, when you work for your father, I did go one of two ways. I did do very little, and I would work twice as hard as anybody to prove that you got the job on your own and not your father's restaurant. And imagine you guess which one I was. So when I got out of high school, I didn't have a lot of opportunities. I had a great high school athletic career, but you don't go to college. There's just nothing you can do with it. So I went to work with my father. So long answer to a short question, how I got the restaurant business. That's about all I got. About the only opportunities I had.
And what you did with it is impressive indeed. We're going to take a break to get some news. But we can come back. I want to talk to you. My guest right now is Bob Spivak, and obviously a restaurant veteran, but you've seen a lot of different things go on in the industry. I want to hear your takes on the pandemic and its lasting or maybe not lasting effect on the hospitality industry, but also get into your book, his new book that can be purchased from Amazon. It's called Saved by a Blonde and a Chicken Pot Pie. We'll also hear the stories about how that name came to be. So go nowhere. We'll be back with more on the Full Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. Let's get the latest news now with Sandy Wells in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
People in Acton have reported finding more bags containing dead puppies that were dumped along the Sierra Highway. Authorities still looking for clues. The city of LA has secured another $9.3 million in federal funding for homelessness crisis. The money is part of the transportation housing bill signed by President Biden this week. Employers have delivered another healthy month of hiring from February. They added 275,000 jobs and showed the U.S. economy's resilience in the face of high interest rates. We'll check the 60 freeway coming up right after this.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, take it as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. If you only have a 401k, you will not get the most for retirement. Wait, what? Hello, but with an IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%. You can do that. And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that. Is there a limit to the match? No limit. Robinhood Gold gives you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply. Investing in Roth spreads 3% match requires gold for 1 year for first match. Must be IRA for 5 years, not 2 cents. First selection is offered to official private financial policy and press agency.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What's your emergency? Hello. My daughter went to her graduation party last night and didn't come home. She hasn't been home yet. I'm not sure if this is the right number. I mean, or if this is really an emergency. But I hope it isn't. But I'm getting really nervous. Tell me what's your location? I'm home. Can I have the address, please? Sorry, I need someone else. Danny, pick up your phone, dummy. Your mom just called and said you didn't come home last night, and naturally I covered, but they're actually really stressed out.
Q-Code presents Gaslight. If you like what you're listening to, please subscribe and share this podcast with your friends. You can listen to Gaslight online by searching Gaslight Podcast, or check us out wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
My breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Zelman's Minty Mouth. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow, mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside, and clinically tested against the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. And it's not just a mint. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck the minty coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. Biting into them also works. And it doesn't just cover up your bad breath. It cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. It fights bad breath in your mouth and goes down to your gut and really goes to work. Zelman's gives you a money-back guarantee I know you'll never use. There's free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. And trust me, you're going to want more. And I've known the folks behind Zelman's for over 30 years, so I proudly stand behind this product. Go to Zelmans.com, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, Zelmins.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, Zelmins.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like The Vinyl Experience. Just search Vinyl Experience and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. The following program will be recorded. This week on How to Money, thieves are trying to steal your tax refund. Plus, Bitcoin is going to the moon. Does that mean you should be investing in it? We'll talk about all that and more.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Tomorrow at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM. 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the report all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your well-fed host, Lisa Vedra. How do you do? Your friendly neighborhood food reporter. Always happy to be with you on Saturdays for 3 hours from 2 to 5, where we kind of shake off the heaviness of the week, ugliness in the news, whatever it is, and come together and celebrate food.
culture behind it, cooking at home and going out to eat, all of those in between. So thanks for hanging out today. Don't forget, you've got 12 sharp coming up at 5. So go nowhere. My guest right now is Bob Spivak. And what a story. I'm actually kind of surprised, Bob, that it's taken you so long to write a book. His new book, Saved by a Blog and a Chicken Pot Pie, can be purchased on Amazon. Of course, it takes you through his illustrious career and the ups and downs that's made him not only who he is, but it's also spread that to other people through his generosity and from his continuing giving back. And to me, personally, somebody who was really sent back the first time I went to the grill on the alley there in Beverly Hills, the experience that really was the standard for all other eating experiences thereafter. So it's a real honor and a privilege to speak to you, Bob. Really quickly, before we get into the book, with such a great title and all, how do you feel the pandemic affected the hospitality industry, good, bad, or ugly?
Hi, Neil. It affected it in every single way. There's a new paradigm in the restaurant business today, and things will never be the same. And it's been real tough on all of the restaurateurs. I'm the past chair of the California Restaurant Association, and I'm retired now, but I would get a lot of phone calls during the pandemic, and everybody did the same thing. These are restaurateurs who have second mortgages on their house to get the money to open their restaurants, and their restaurants were devastated. I think the government did a good job in propping it up and keeping them going, but it's taken a grand toll on the business. You'll go into restaurants now, restaurants that were very busy, and their dining rooms will be empty, but their takeout departments will be overloaded. And it fueled takeout and fueled delivery. But there's been so many casualties that the business will come back, but it'll come back in a different form.
That's sad because when it gives in one way with the takeout part, it took away from the dining room, and it's not like anybody really got ahead, and the margins that are already small in the dining room got even smaller, more complicated for the takeout. So I appreciate you giving some insights. Now on to your book, and first that title, Saved by a Blog and a Chicken Pot Pie. The blog, I believe, is your wife.
There's a story behind there, Neil, and I'll try to make it not too long, but it's the seminal moment of my life. I went to Van Nuys Junior High School, and my wife was a year ahead of me in school there, and she was very popular. And I teased her. She was dating a Corvette in high school, and I didn't have a chance. But she was just very popular and always very nice to me. So I one day intentionally missed my bus so that I could walk her home from school. And we went to different high schools and never saw each other again. And now if we can fast forward to me being 38 years old, I've had several failures in my life. The 30s were really, really tough on me, and I was at probably the lowest point of my life. I was getting divorced. I had a 10-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son, and I was literally living with my father's because I didn't have enough money for my own apartment. I had coached my son's Little League team, and there were a couple of fathers on the team who were interested in restaurants and always talking to me about them, and I knew they'd been quite financially successful in business. And so I convinced them to meet me one day for lunch to talk about opening my dream restaurant, which became the Grill on the Alley that you've spoken so nicely about. And so the whole idea was, this was 1982. There was a lot of great pretense in the restaurant business in Los Angeles. Michael's in Santa Monica, which is a very fine restaurant, made an art form out of how small the portions one way, and if you don't like it the way it makes it, you'll have to go somewhere else. The other real big restaurant at the time was Mom Maison in West Hollywood. Mom Maison is where all the Hollywood people hung out. They had an unlisted phone number. You couldn't call her even if you wanted to unless you did a special number. Somebody could do the special number. So my whole idea, which I spoke to my two partners, who became my two partners, Mike Weinstock and Richard Shapiro, that I wanted to do a restaurant, a very high-end American grill, where the answer is yes, what is the question, and the guest is always right. And so this was a breath of fresh air in the industry at the time. We shook hands on the deal, which now I remember I'm getting divorced, living in my father's, going out of my own apartment. We just shook hands on what became the deal of my life in 1982. And I got up in the restaurant to make a phone call to call my father to tell him that I was so excited that my dream restaurant may become a reality. And I got stopped by this blonde woman who was having lunch at the restaurant who recognized me from junior high school. And she said, excuse me, but aren't you Bobby Spivak? And I looked at her and I knew exactly who she was. This was Leslie Martin, the most popular girl at junior high school. And she remembered me. And after my meeting, which I shook hands on the deal of my life, I sat down and became acquainted with the love of my life. And that woman stuck me as my wife today of 42 years. So, yeah, so it was a seminal moment. And she literally did. She literally saved me because she made my life easy to open this restaurant. Restaurants are very time consuming, and opening restaurants and doing it correctly I was working from 9 in the morning until 10 at night, 6 days a week. We were closed Sundays. I spent with my kids. And Leslie would come into the restaurant every night around 7 o'clock. She had 2 children. After she fed them, she'd come in, she'd sit at the bar, have a Pellegrino, and talk to anybody and everybody, and wait for me until I could sit down and have dinner about 10 o'clock at night. So she made it possible for me, and so that's the one that saved my life. The chicken pot pie.
Please, no, go ahead.
Yeah, to finish it. So the chicken pot pie was really a shocker. The grill is a prime steak and chops, fresh seafood house, but we wanted to do comfort food. We wanted to be something that was very homey, so we had a section of the menu called comfort food, and it was meatloaf with mashed potatoes, short ribs, liver and onions, and a chicken pot pie. And I'll be damned if that chicken pot pie didn't become the biggest selling item on the lunch menu. And as we opened the daily grills, and we ended up with when I retired and sold the company, there were 22 daily grills across the United States, and the chicken pot pie was still the #1 seller. So there's the title of my book.
And with great reason. So I'm going to ask one thing as we're up against the clock now. I just purchased the book on Amazon, and I'm encouraging other people to do the same. Go to Amazon, get Saved by a Blonde and Chicken Pot Pie so you can hear more stories from Bob. But not only did I purchase it, that means it's going to get in my little grubby hands. So I'm going to ask you to come back into the studio next time. So one, you can sign my book and we can continue talking about these great stories.
How's that, Neil? I'd love to do it anytime. I'm honored.
I just
buy my book.
Absolutely, and we have a mutual friend, Susan Finnegar, a wonderful chef, and maybe the three of us can sit down and have a cup of coffee someday. Because
on the back cover of the book is a testimonial from Susan to our friendship. So yes, we have a good friend in Susan.
Yeah, I feel like we barely scratched the surface. So we will do this again, my friend. Thanks so much for your time. That is Bob Spivak. He is promoting his book, Saved by a Blonde and a Chicken Pot Pie. Of course, you can still get out and enjoy these restaurants that have his DNA, his very fiber going through, like Grill on the Alley and the like. So get out.
Yeah, next time, Neil, we'll talk about that professional serving crew that we had in Allentown.
Never experienced anything before or since. It just is fabulous. Thanks again, Bob. What an honor.
comes of Go Nowhere. This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
We tried less stimulating talk. It ended poorly. KFI
and KOST HD2
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
On Ring a Hero, I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A highway memorial has been dedicated to Huntston Beach police helicopter pilot who was killed in the line of duty.
A helicopter flyover provided a fitting backdrop as the Officer Nicholas Bella Memorial Highway was unveiled at Beach and PCH. State Senator Janet Lynn says thousands of cars that pass that spot will be reminded of his sacrifice.
His legacy needs to be told for the next generation and the future so we know who our heroes are.
The ceremony yesterday was attended by family, friends, and fellow officers. Bella was a passenger when he was killed in 2022 because the helicopter unexpectedly spun out of control and plunged into the bay. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
President Biden has signed a package of bills into law to keep the government funded and avert a shutdown. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the bills include funding necessary not only to keep the government funded, but they provide much needed money for programs and resources the country depends on.
After months of hard work, we have good news for the country. The Senate has reached an agreement avoiding a shutdown on the first 6 funding bills.
Congress will then return to Washington next week to work on passing another 6 government funding bills that expire on March 22nd. Total solar eclipse will cross North America in less than a month on April 8th. 15 states will see the moon almost totally cover the sun, casting a shadow over it, creating the effect of a fiery ring in the sky. Some of the states in the path are Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Ohio, New York, and Maine. Skies will temporarily darken in the path of totality, but in all the other states in the U.S., viewers will be able to see a partial solar eclipse with the moon appearing to take a bite out of the sun. Colombian singer Carol G has made history as the first Latina singer to win Woman of the Year in the Thailand Billboard's Women in Music Awards Wednesday. This comes after her album became the first ever Spanish album by a female artist at the #1 spot in the Billboard 200. She was also the first woman to win in the Best Urban Music category at the Grammys. And it crashed out in the clearing stages in Pacoima on the 5.
Northbound right at the 118, an accident involving a flipped-over pickup truck cleared from the right-hand lane. Now first, 5 northbound slow going from the East LA interchange to Stadium Way, and then you're slow off and on the 5 where from Lankershire up to the 210. In Hollywood, Johnny Grant Way was shut down between Highland Avenue and Orchid Avenue because of tomorrow night's Oscar ceremonies. The closure scheduled to end Monday morning. Orchid Avenue is also closed from Franklin Boulevard to Orchid Alley because of the Oscars. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Lopez.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería de terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta es Prime Prime.
Me and my husband, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect them with Nexstar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't get fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar flea and tick protection now online and in store.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
South and weather from KFI. Sunny this afternoon, north electric with high temperatures, upper 60s and mid-70s for Metro LAOC. In the valleys, upper 60s. Along the coast, it'll be mostly clear tonight. Lows around for tomorrow, Sunday. High temperatures mid-60s, around 70 in Metro LA and OC. Mid-60s at the beaches and mid-upper 60s in the valleys. Now 70 in Fullerton and 68 in Sutherland. 67 in good in Miguel. And 67 degrees in Garden Grove. Weekly Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Rollins.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to make.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the report on all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood Fort reporter, Nancy Bader, happy to be with you today. So, those of you who have been following the Fort Report for some time, you might remember that we have gone through producer after producer after producer because we tend to get great producers that they go on to do greater things and they leave us in tears and mock us. It would be cool and everything without us. And one of those was Dana Schaefer. She was a part of the show for quite a while, and you remember she was a baker and she's worked on other programs here. It's nice to see you, my friend.
Oh, it's nice to be back.
So you went off to your homeland.
I did.
And you went back to Jersey.
Boise, as everyone else says it.
Yeah, well, it's gonna get weird because Kayla's from Jersey.
She told me.
Yeah.
What's with you and Jersey producers?
I don't know. They get the job done, am I right?
How you doing?
How you doing? So I figured there's gonna be, you guys are gonna start talking funny and everything because you're gonna bring.
Oh, we already started.
She's gonna code switch right here in the middle and get all East Coast. And boom, it's gonna be family time.
I gotta just tell you one thing really quick.
Yes, think of it.
All right, I feel like I finally made it in my career. You know, I was producing here and now I'm a guest. Like that I'm awesome.
Like, yeah.
I'm a guest.
On this side of the mic, people are sitting me down, asking me questions.
Yeah.
And there's so much going on. And one, you are a baker, and you were a baker before you even got into radio, but radio is one of your loves, a huge love. You've taken that from KFI and you went out back home to the East Coast and tell everybody who you're working for now, what you're doing.
Yes, I'm working for, our news distribution. Well, I mean, I guess you guys. It's news distribution service, ABC News Radio.
Yeah.
So we actually still work very closely hand in hand, which is great because I still talk to Rob and I talk to a lot of people. They go to our correspondence, and I'm like, "What's up, guys?"
That's so awesome.
I know, it's great. So yeah, I do that, but I also bake on the side, and I'm trying to restore and save a diner now.
Yes, we're gonna get into that soon.
Yeah.
So with the change, and what was one thing that you took from KFI that you brought to ABC News?
Man, that's a good question.
Well, thanks. That's why I'm.
I mean, honestly, I learned so much here from being on the other side of things, right? And I think that helped me get the job at ABC, first of all, because sometimes people don't have the actual radio experience that others, or like myself, has. And it's really been helpful because not only that, but it gives me the connection to radio a little deeper, and I can take that to what we bring to our affiliates and how we help everything in that regard. But I just think, like, I miss KFI, and everyone's family at ABC too, and all the other jobs. They're all different. Yeah, but I don't know. I really loved the unique content that you guys were putting. And not a lot of stations do that. And I think it kind of made me learn to be my own person. Because before I was always trying to go after what someone else did. I was trying to always, that's cool. Maybe I should try that. But then I realized it's like KFI has so many different shows, all different people working here. And it kind of helped me just kind of like get into my own skin, you know, be more me. I remember I got a peep tattoo back when I was working with Bill Handel. And he was like, "What are you doing?" You know,
I think they're disgusting, but
it's like, you know.
Did you hear about that? By the way, there's in Pennsylvania or something. They're gonna have the Peeps Hotel where you can stay there, and it's all decked out for peeps.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you just got phone reported. Yeah.
I know all the Peeps ways, and I'm surprised I haven't heard that.
Let me tell you something. You just got some new Peeps.
Yeah, well, I know that they were like discontinuing the online store, and everyone's like up in arms about that and stuff.
But they're gonna have a place where you can go and stay in a Peeps Hotel.
I need to be the ambassador.
You'll still scan your tattoo. Choose a Peeps tattoo, letter A, otherwise it's going to get ugly. So you take that information. I agree with you, KFI is an outlier. We don't do it the way you cannot find anything like KFI anywhere else in the country or the world for that matter. And we hope that the people that come through here, we try and choose people the same. That they're outliers, that they're different, they see things and have different perspective. And occasionally you get a dud like Caleb, but other than that, you don't think I'm gonna pick on you?
You don't want to
I want to bite. I want to curse you.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You crazy, man?
Some cinder blocks.
Yeah, exactly. Where's Neil? I don't know.
We didn't see.
Welcome to Day Name Caleb, boy. We have a show for you today. We're gonna talk to you about eating crow. Work here, talk about some of that, because one in particular that Jeff, that you worked with out here when you were here.
Yeah, Dominic Ansel. Yeah, I worked with him in New York for a little bit, and then I had the job offer out here, and I was like, do I give up that, or do I? And I was actually just talking about this yesterday, and I was over by the grill because that's where his storefront was, where I started working when I was working here and Kiss FM too. And I sat on the bench and I had to choose between I was working overnight with him, and then I was working early mornings, late nights here. And I was so it was like, it was such a crazy time. I was like barely sleeping. And I just broke down.
Which bet doesn't hit? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Each gets one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Why choose Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Make my side firmer whenever I want it. It Sleep Cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on your side. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Sleepers report better sleep. And now, Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Beds, only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. That's Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Find a store near you. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Game Coach offers the Curry Flexibility. It's designed for those who need retirement needs, flexible control, and help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say it again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's Security Flexibility, and it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Game Bridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all can use more. And retirement income that can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at GameBridge.io. Please visit GameBridge.io/ParadigmFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Hold the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
It is the Word of God and the Work of God that changes people's lives. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio features the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. God's Word presented in a way to help you grow closer to the Lord each day. Whether you're listening to Charles Stanley Radio, Daily Devotion, or our Spanish station in Kentucky, In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you can trust. To hear Dr. Stanley anytime during your day, search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your Exit specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us the 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com. In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences and trusted influencers and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your iHeartRadio app, Math and Magic. Stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Pippin, Season 6. Join iHeartMedia Chairman and CEO as he analyzes the math and magic of marketing, sitting down with today's most gifted disruptors. Marketing School, digital marketing and online marketing tips. Actionable digital marketing lessons learned from years of being in the trenches. Office hours with Mike Stein. Mike sits down with the world's most important chief executives to answer your most pressing questions about leadership, career, and life. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you still allow yourself to fall in love? Or do you do intentional dating and intentional love? Do you walk right into love because it's the right thing for you? Let's talk about why falling in love is out of style.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
For you because that always brings up the room. KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Local gents. They're local gents. Yeah. But TikTok ended up producing a lot of so-called food hacks. Now, most of them are crap, quite honestly. It's ridiculous, or it's just because you can take a picture of it, or it's a super duper novelty. Some actually work. And so but let's go through some of them that we saw. So you have TikTok, I think came out in 2014 or something like that. Now they have 700 million monthly active users worldwide, and they